Yes, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the International Greek Ancestry Conference. Thank you very much for joining us today. We have a lot of great speakers and amazing presentations. Carol, you're muted.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to.
We can hear you. We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. We're off to a great start, aren't we? Welcome, everybody. We're so excited to be here today. I'm going to be your moderator, and I'm going to introduce the different sessions and have a little commentary here and there. We also have some awesome giveaways. Thanks so much to Daniel Horowitz for being with us today from MyHeritage. Okay, so we're going to get started with our host here, Gregory Kontos, talking to us about reconstructing your family history. He's got some fabulous tips, and I know this will be a wonderful and helpful presentation. Then we get to hear from Nick Santis, who will talk to us about his experiences researching Greek records in the Venetian archives. I am so excited about this presentation. We are also going to hear from Nancy Savage and Meletis Pouliopoulos about the digitization of the Hellenic Chronicle newspaper, a very important and historic newspaper in the United States. We have a class on Ottoman primary sources given by George Liakopoulos, and we're excited to learn about what is available for us in the Ottoman archives. Then we have Gregory Kontos and Alexander Karitsi talking about statistics and genealogy. And then we'll wrap up the morning session with Daniel Horowitz talking about DNA on MyHeritage. At that point, I'll come back and present the afternoon session.
Great. Thank you, Carol.
So our first speaker this morning is our one and only Gregory Kontos. Gregory is the founder of GreekAncestry.net, and we all owe him so much for making Greek records available to us. His business is based in Patras, Greece, and the goal of Greek Ancestry is twofold. Number one, it aims at contributing to record preservation, which is a really, really critically important initiative for us in the Hellenic community. Through Greek Ancestry, records are getting digitized and indexed, and Greek Ancestry also focuses on education, educating us as to what type of records are available and how we can use them for our research. Gregory has led all projects run by MyHeritage that have to do with Greek records, and we are so excited that MyHeritage is partnering with Greek Ancestry to bring records from Greece available to people worldwide. Greg has a long list of cooperations with genealogy companies and projects, including, among others, Ancestry's Pro Genealogist, Trace.com, Legacy Tree Genealogist, the PBS show, Finding Your Roots. Now, some of you may remember that ran a couple of years ago. And Gregory did all the research for George Stephanopoulos, Tina Fey, and David Sedaris's Greek families. We were so proud of him. He's also done a BBC show, A House Through Time. So Gregory has a BA in history, and he has a master's degree in migration history, and he's currently a PhD student at the University of Athens. And he runs Greek Ancestry and keeps us occupied and on our toes, educated and motivated. So Gregory, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for the introduction. So my presentation starts with a question. Why do genealogy? Is it about the names and the dates? Do you actually care if your fourth great-grandfather's name was Nikos or Panayotis? Does it actually matter if your great-grandmother's sister passed in 1928 or 1929? The questions are rhetoric. Genealogy is not about the names and the dates. It's about your family history. If it was Nikos or Panayotis, it does not matter per se. What matters is Nikos or Panayotis' story, the history of the family throughout the decades and the centuries, a history that led to us and will lead to those after us. This always is a fascinating story intertwined with the history of the country and the nation. It is a heritage and it is an education. By understanding the past better, you also understand the present better. Greek history is such a rich history full of glory and disaster, tragedy and heroism, and to see your family within the context of this history is a true gift. Names and dates, they can wait. Make sure you enjoy your research journey and learn as much as possible on the way. What types of records can help you reconstruct your family history? Well, the answer is easy. All of them. All of them. Every record has been created for a unique reason and has a unique story to tell. You can use school records, business directories, notarial records, voter lists. If you ask me, it's not what you use, but how you use it. Educate yourself about the records you have in front of you. Why were they created? How? By whom? The history of the record has something to tell you about your own family history. Watch the free Greek Ancestry webinars, join the Greek Genealogy Guide, read history, read books, then analyze the records. Do not let a single piece of information neglected. Examine and ponder over everything. Then combine your sources, compare, complement, correct. Today, I will take you on a research journey. We will see multiple types of records and try to analyze them to get the stories out of them. But before we set out, let me remind you Rule 1 of Greek genealogy. Rule 1 in Greek genealogy and family history research is to know your original name, surname, and your family's exact place of origin. Many Greeks in the diaspora do not have this information and are led to dead ends from the beginning of their research. Let's explain this a bit further so that you can understand what kind of traps there are out there. When going abroad, Greek immigrants used to change their names in order to integrate more easily in the hosting country. George Stephanopoulos is who he is and did not need to change his name, but what about a poor 20-year-old Greek immigrant arriving in New York all alone in the early 1900s? Who would even try to spell his name if it was longer than a couple of syllables? Who could easily spell Papapanayotou or Papatheodoropoulos? So the immigrant had to change his name. If it was too long, he would shorten it. Papapanayotou could become Papas. But when some generations later you do your own Greek genealogy research and search for Papas, you should know that Papas can practically stand for dozens of names. Let's take a look. Papacharalambous, Papachristou, Papadimitriou, Papadopoulos, Papageorgiou, Papakonstantinu, Papalambru, Papapanayotou, Papapanayotopoulos, Papatheodoropoulos. I guess you see why surnames sometimes had to be shortened. The fourth name that I mentioned, Papadopoulos, is in fact the most common surname in Greece. In other words, if you do not find out what your Papa's surname stands for, you are doomed. Another example could be all the surnames Poulos, which can potentially stand for any Greek surname ending with the Poulos suffix. And believe me, there are many Greek surnames ending in Poulos. Note that surnames were not only shortened, but also altered in other ways. For instance, Zimaras could become Zimar, and Kontos can stand both for Kontos and for Kontos, two totally different surnames. Oral family history, ship manifests, naturalization papers, World War II draft lists can help you find the original surname. Use them all together. They will also help you find the family's place of origin. When asked where they came from, immigrants could answer in two ways. Well, if they wanted to be very accurate, they would say, I come from Geraki, Laconia, in the Peloponnese. But would this ring a bell? No. So if they wanted their answer to make sense to an American, they would say, I come from Sparta, which is the nearest big town to Geraki. Sparta could ring a bell. Now, if Sparta is where you have heard your family came from, you need to remember that your ancestor could actually originate from any village in that whole area around Sparta. Usually ship manifests and naturalization papers are the ones that shed light on this. Well, if you think about it, we do the same thing today. When talking to people who are not familiar with the area we live in, we use other references. I live close to Boston, close to LA, close to Athens, references that will help the other discussant understand. As long as you know the family's original surname and place of origin, you're ready to start looking for Greek records and expand your family tree and history. I will now start with the main part of my presentation. We will firstly examine school records. This is a photograph taken in 1965. The old guy walking and looking at the camera is Pavlos Kontos, my great-grandfather. At that time, principal of the high school of Kythira, the island of Kythira. This photo was taken from the October 28th parade. The students are ready to march, and you can see the Greek flag back in the back. When I look at this photo, I always think, how can we find out more about each of these children, of these students? Now let's take a look at some numbers. Illiteracy rates in Greece in 1907. 66% of the Greek population was illiterate, and of the illiterate population, 62% were females. From the total female population of the country, 83% were illiterate, as opposed to 50% of illiterate males. We will use the census data of 1920 to check illiteracy rates in that year. 53% illiteracy in the total population, out of which 66% were females. 69% of females were illiterate, as opposed to 35% of males. Now, are these numbers really better? The answer is no, because these rates do not include children up to the age of 6 years old. So if these were included, the illiteracy rates would be higher. And these numbers are not very indicative anyway, because this is just the official data. The census taker will not actually test people to see if they are illiterate or not. So going to school back then must have been important. Education was important and something that was not taken for granted. So we are talking about schools and students in a predominantly illiterate country. When it comes to school records, we have two types of records. We have the school register, which is a list of all students enrolled in a particular school. And we also have the exams register or grades report, where which lists the grades of the students in each class throughout the year. School records are a valuable source of information, especially when we look for female ancestors and relatives. Until 1929, schools were not mixed. Boys and girls attended separately. Therefore, we can find school records which are all about girls. Unfortunately, in their majority, school records have not been digitized or indexed yet. Now, let's see what a record like this can tell us. This is a grades report from a female primary school in Patras in 1920. On the left, you see the names of the students, their age, and the place where they came from. This is a very important record, as it is very possible that for some of the girls listed here, there might not be any other record at all. But is it only names and ages that these records offer? No. Framed in blue, you can see other types of information included in this record, such as the occupation of the student's father, the student's grades in each class, the absences, the student's conduct. In other words, this record helps us understand our ancestors' school years better, our ancestors' level of education, the kind of knowledge they acquired at school. For instance, Eleni Dimitropoulou, daughter of a coffee seller, was taught religion, Greek language, arithmetic, geography, music, and handiwork. In the whole year, she had just 8 absences, and her grades were excellent. That means that her family sent her to school every day. Her classmate, Angeliki Daniil, daughter of an employee, had 76 absences and had lower grades. Maybe she helped with the household. Maybe she had to take care of her siblings or had to work to contribute to the family's income. The cases where students did not attend school because they had to work in the fields were quite many. Scrolling down on the same grades report page, we also get an idea of each student's background. The father's occupation column gives us information about the family's financial and social status. Priests and teachers, for instance, were very respected members of the society, but what is striking here is the number of orphans. In this single part of the register, 5 girls are listed as orphans. This record is dated 1920. Greece was at war continuously since 1912. So most likely the fathers of these girls had died at the front somewhere in Epirus, Macedonia, Thrace, in Asia Minor maybe. We will now move to a different type of record, business directories. The business directories collection of Greek Ancestry is really unique. First, because it is a collection that was not just digitized, but actually created by Greek Ancestry. For the first time ever, out of scratch, we created a collection of Greek business directories from all over Greece, spanning from 1901 to 1947. My team and I looked at antique shops, located the old directory books, and then digitized and indexed them. These were the first Greek business directory records to become available online. The second reason why these are important is because they provide valuable information for a time period, the first half of the 20th century, for which limited archival material is available online due to personal data restrictions. What kind of information is included in a business directory? Well, a business directory is created in order to answer the market's needs, right? So a potential customer might want to know who owns a business, but they normally won't be interested in more info about the owner. Therefore, a business directory will give you the surname of the business owner or a professional, but will only give you his given name's initial and no other information about the person behind the business. But of course, the business's address is provided. The value of a business directory record is threefold. First of all, it allows the researcher to locate a family or an individual in a particular place at a particular time when other records are unavailable. Secondly, it allows you to systematically trace a family or an individual through time. Other types of records cannot advise as to people's movement in space, but city directories literally are historical snapshots showing who was where and when. Last but not least, a city directory record also brings context into research. You not only learn that your ancestors lived and worked in Athens, but also that they exercised a particular profession at a particular address. You can then imagine their neighborhood and everyday life. Greek Ancestry's business directories collection includes almost all of Greece, Big cities like Athens, Thessaloniki, Patras, Piraeus are covered by more than one directory. We will now examine an example of a business directory record from Makrinitsa, a beautiful village close to Volos in Thessaly. People are usually and naturally interested in their own family records. They will see an ancestor's name on a business directory and will order only that record. However, there's so much that you can learn from the business directory records of the entire village. In the case of Makrinitsa, for example, the directory, it offers even more information. It tells us about the village's population. This kind of information is provided for every village and town in this directory books. Knowing how many people lived in your ancestral village, you understand how big or small the village was. Then the directory offers even more information. It tells us about, it tells us that Makrinitsa had a forestry department, a police station, a post office, a telephone office, a high school, a primary school, even a cultural association. Even if you don't know anything about this village, based on this information, you can infer that it was an important one. Now let's turn to the businesses and professionals listed in the business directory of Makrinitsa. In total, in 1934, there were 70 businesses and professionals listed. Out of these, 23 were tanneries, processing leather. That amounts to 33% of the village's businesses, and way more than 33% of the village's economy. Then we have the grocery stores, 15 in number. The directory notes that these stores also sold colonial products. What are colonial products? They were imported goods, coffee, tea, sugar, pepper, and other spices, primarily coming from the colonies of the big powers of that time, the British Empire, France, and others. Now, if colonial products were available in Makrinitsa, that means that the village was rather developed and that there were wealthy families wishing to live a more luxurious life. Makrinitsa also had 5 shoemakers and shoe repairers, as well as 3 restaurants, 3 kafenia, coffee shops, and 3 beverage shops. With this information, we already draw a picture of life in Makrinitsa. However, this picture, it can get even more detailed. If we take a look at all the businesses and professionals listed, we can reconstruct daily life in Makrinitsa. 1 doctor, 2 midwives, and a pharmacy secured the health of the population. 2 bakeries and 2 butcher shops, along with the grocery stores, provided food. The hotel of Mr. Koufogiorgos was ready to welcome guests and visitors, another sign of the village's development. 2 dressmakers, a tobacco shop, together with the stores providing colonial products, and the 3 beverage shops were there to cover the more posh tastes of the wealthy families of the community. It is now time to turn to another type of record that sheds light into your family history, notarial records. Notarial records are contracts, wills, dowries, sales, purchases, whatever, composed by notaries. Notaries were located at the big towns and villages where there were more transactions and a need for legal documents. The General State Archives of Greece, the GAC, they have digitized many notarial collections. However, none of them are indexed. This is about to change in the near future. Now, let's take a look at this one. This contract comes from Tholopotami in Chios. And according to it, Maria, daughter of Konstantinos Moniotakis and wife of Konstantinos Mavrakis, died on March 22nd, 1881. But if we look at this contract and our only interest is in the names and dates provided, we lose a lot. Let's read it carefully. So it says, after Maria, daughter of Konstantinos Moniotakis and wife of Konstantinos Mavrakis, paid the debt to death we all share, prematurely, suddenly, and unexpectedly, because of an earthquake that happened on Sunday, March 22nd, 1881, at 1:30 p.m., now, both of the mentioned agreed to divide her property, which is defined in her dowry contract as shown in the records of the late priest Ioannis Klemenidis on page 159. So Maria died because of an earthquake. And there really was a very big earthquake in Chios in 1881. It happened at 1:40 p.m. approximately and caused significant damage in Chios and on the Asia Minor coast, in Alatsata, in Sesme. It is estimated that it was of 7.3 magnitude and that 7,866 people lost their lives. Maria Moniotakis of Tholopotami was one of them. And this is not the only interesting piece of information that we get out of this contract, as there is a reference to Maria's dowry contract. I found this dowry contract. It was composed in October 1876, right before Maria married Konstantinos Mavrakis. Let's take a look. As you bless the wedding at Cana of Galilee, bless our Lord Jesus Christ, the dowry that Konstantinos Moniotis and his wife, Lula, promised to their daughter Maria. At first, they give her a coverlet and 7 costumes, and a copper kettle, and a steel pan, and a mirror, and a pair of silver earrings, and a silver ring, and a Rhaetian icon depicting the Dormition of the Mother of God. Moreover, her mother-in-law, Sofula, gives her a silver ring in the shape of a snake. Moreover, the parents of the bride will give her a chest made of walnut. It's not just Maria's and Konstantinos' mother's names that the 1881 contract did not include. What's most important in this case is that we get valuable information about the household that Maria and her future husband were about to create. They would have an icon depicting the Dormition of Mary, a chest where they would keep their clothes, towels, and bedding. Their kitchen was equipped with a copper kettle and a steel pan. They also had a mirror, and of course Maria's jewelry and dresses, 7 costumes, and 2 silver rings. Was that all that Maria's dowry included? The answer is no. I also found a previous dowry contract, the first to be agreed between the two families in June 1876. In this contract, Maria's family lists all the property they give her, fields and houses, all described with details. The contract is too long to read, but let's just take a look at this little excerpt. Moreover, it says they are giving her other fields at Asprachomata, all of them as they are, with mastic trees, and their wishes. Maria was giving a field with mastic trees. Mastic, also known as tears of Chios, has been harvested for at least 2,500 years since Greek antiquity and has extensive culinary use. So this contract tells us something about the economy of Tholopotami, the economy of Chios, and the economy of the Moniotakis family in specific. Moreover, it reveals a lot about marriage and family. In June 1876, the families agree on the property included in the dowry. In October, apparently soon before the marriage, they also agree on more symbolic gifts, houseware, clothes, jewelry. They want both agreements officially recorded by a notary. 5 years later, in 1881, when Maria died, her father and husband decided to divide her property, each of them taking his own share. Let's now move in time and space. We are going 40 years back to Parori, a village close to Mistras in Laconia. This is an 1844 voter list record ordered from Greek Ancestry's database. On line 330, there is a registration for Anagnostis Kokonis, a 45-year-old landowner living in Parori since 1815. We will now analyze this information. Okay, so yeah, this is a voter list record, but what does it mean? What does it mean that your ancestor was a voter? Greece was recognized as an independent state in 1830. In 1832, absolute monarchy was established. This disappointed a population that had just fought for independence and liberty, and disappointment increased with King Otto's rule. In September 1843, a revolution broke out by the army in Athens, supported by large sections of the people. Led by veterans of the revolution, the rebels demanded a constitution and the replacement of the Bavarian officials. The revolution was successful, and constitutional monarchy was established in 1844. So, in 1844, elections were held for a parliament. With some exceptions, each deputy corresponded to about 10,000 voters. Those elections lasted 6 whole months and were not ideal, as there were many incidents of violence and adulteration. Anagnostis Kokonis was one of the voters. In other words, the Kokonis family participated in a historic event, the elections of 1844, and to some extent, it influenced it. We can imagine Anagnostis going to vote, maybe being threatened to vote for a specific candidate, or him threatening others or preventing them from voting. But there's more into this. Not everyone was allowed to vote in 1844. Women were excluded, and only men older than 25 years old were eligible to vote. Additional restrictions applied. Eligible voters should not be convicted or in custody, and should have enough property and a job. Anagnostis Kokonis was a landowner and therefore eligible to vote. Landowner means that he most likely owned extensive land. He was not just a simple farmer. Apart from his right to vote, his property could also secure prestige and a high social status. And it's now time to talk about the most interesting piece of information found in this voter list record. Anagnostis Kokonis had not been born in Parori. He was not a local. Instead, according to the voter list, he came to Parori in 1815. So the next question is, if he was not a local, where did he come from and why had he moved to Parori? At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that we get the most out of records, and we need to combine them to do that. So here's a good example of that. 10 years before the 1844 elections, in 1834, Anagnostis Kokonis had some transactions. Several contracts were created for that reason, and here's one of them. Let's take a look. Anagnostis Kokonis from the village of Anavriti, resident of Parori, was leased the right to collect revenues from the villages of Mari and Gyotsali. But as he could not go there to collect them, he subleased the right to Anagnostis Christou, Georgios Kostakis, and Michalakis Grammatikakis for 1,000 drachmas. So Anagnostis Kokonis had moved to the village of Parori from the village of Anavriti. We now know this thanks to this notarial record, and we know that that took place in 1815 thanks to the voter list. If we had the one and not the other, we would not be able to reconstruct the whole story. It remains to see why he moved. At the moment, okay, we do not have any other record giving us an answer to this question, but if we analyze the information we already have, we can maybe reach a conclusion. So Anagnostis Kokonis moved in 1815, 6 years before the revolution. So he did not move because of the war, right? He moved from Anavriti to Parori. Anavriti is up on the mountain of Taigetos, relatively secluded from the rest of the area and accessible only through rocky paths. Being in the mountains, the people of Anavriti were mainly shepherds and tanners. Parori, on the other hand, is down at the valley of Sparta, in a very fertile area with olive trees, lemon trees, orange trees. Based on these remarks, we may assume that the reasons behind Anagnostis' little domestic migration were economic. Just like Anagnostis' contract of 1834, notarial records often include references to money. Anagnostis subleased the revenues to Anagnostis Christou and the other guys for 1,000 drachmas. But if we do not have an idea of how much money that was, we cannot understand all these money references. So I did some research for you, and here are some examples of the market value of the drachma back in 1834. With 1 drachma, you could buy 3.8 kilos of bread. Back then, they didn't use kilos, but oka, 1 oka corresponding to about 128 kilos. Also, 1 drachma was enough to buy 1.9 kilos of pork, 1.5 kilos of beef, and almost 1 kilo of coffee. Coffee costed 4 times more than bread. On the side, you can see a drachma of 1834, and you can only imagine how many times this coin changed hands and how many products it was used for. Now, working on old contracts of Sparta, I managed to find some more examples of prices back in 1834. With 360 drachmas, you could buy a field with mulberry trees up in Tripi on the Taigetos mountain. 2.5 stremata big. Strema is another word that you will find in Greek contracts. It's a unit of surface measurement and corresponds to a 1/4 acre. So 2.5 stremata are something more than half an acre, okay? Now, a house in Anavriti, the village where Anagnosis originally came from, costed about 650 drachmas, together with the mulberry trees in the yard. Of course, prices change, they go up and down, but from now on, you can these examples that I gave you to have at least, like a scale in mind. Here comes a last example of pricing back in 1834. 10 years earlier, in 1824, the theretofore successful Greek Revolution, which had been lost in 1821, showed signs of fatigue and uncertainty. On the one hand, internal conflicts had started among the revolutionaries' leadership, while on the other hand, the Ottoman Sultan asked Mehmed Ali of Egypt to help against them. Mehmed Ali sent his son, Ibrahim, who arrived in Messenia, in February 1825 with a huge army. Ibrahim did not meet any real opposition. In June, he took over Tripoli, the center of the Peloponnese, and in August, he began his invasion in Laconia. A second raid followed in 1826, and despite the Laconians' resistance, Ibrahim managed to reach Monemvasia. During those 2 invasions, Laconia suffered immeasurable disasters. Crops were destroyed, villages were inflamed, while many Laconians were killed or captivated. Most of them were taken slaves to Egypt, and only a few managed to return home, thanks to the efforts of Governor Kapodistrias, the Greeks of Egypt, and filled in groups across Europe. So listen to this. In 1834, a father from the village of Kalogonia, Anagnosis-Spirogambros, his name, is still looking for his son, Nikolaos, who was captured by Ibrahim. Anagnostis heard of a Muslim guy, Ibrahim, from the village of Polovica, who was in Mistras and was about to sail to Alexandria in Egypt. Anagnosis promised to give Ibrahim 400 drachmas if he managed to release and return his son. 400 drachmas, slightly more than the value of a mulberry trees field up in Tripi. 400 drachmas may be all the money that Anagnosis had, 400 drachmas for his son. But how did Anagnosis know that his son was in Egypt? Remember, use as many sources as you can. So I did, and here's what I found. In a list of captives dated in 1828, I found Nikolaos, son of Anagnosis-Spirogambros of Kalogonia. This list was created a couple of years after Ibrahim Pasha's raids in Laconia. Nikolaos had been captured by Ibrahim Pasha, and according to the information available, he was in Egypt in 1828 when the list was created. This is how his father, Anagnostis, knew about Egypt, and this is why he may be rushed to this Muslim man from Polovica. Please find my son, I'll give you 400 drachmas. This was the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Greg, that was incredible. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us to understand these lesser known records and ways that they can really illuminate what we know about our families and what we can learn about them. That was just phenomenal. Thank you so much. Okay, we have our next presentation is Nick Santos, who will be talking to us about the research that he is doing on Greek records in the archives of Venice, in the Venetian archives. Nick is, let me read a little bit about him to introduce you to him. Hi, Nick, welcome. It's great to see you. Welcome from Vienna.
Hi, great to see you. Really
Thank you, and thank you for being here with us. We are just so excited to learn what's available in the Venetian archives. So I'm going to introduce you by reading a little bit from your bio, and then we'll turn the time over to you.
Thanks.
So Nick Santos was born in Norwich, England, but he was raised in a Greek family. He was raised in Greece. He returned to the UK to study economics and finance. He qualified as an accountant, and he worked for the English National Health Service for 8 years and the Foreign Office for 3 more years. In 2018, he quit his job to pursue his dream of studying law. He is now in his last year. That is just an incredible curriculum to study. I have people in my family who are attorneys, and I know the work that goes into that. Now, Nick has roots from the village of Kastoria at the foot of Mount Taygetos in Laconia. We have a common interest there. He also has roots in Vathia, the most incredible city in Mani. He has Arvanitis roots from Methana and the Roumeliotes of Mount Parnasso. So he is a real hybrid of Greece from all areas. Nick began his genealogy journey in 2015 when he first came across his great-grandparents' records in pre-war Lynn, Massachusetts in the US. 6 years later, his tree has over 500 people. And we are so excited to hear from Nick now and see what he has learned as not only as he's researched his family in general, but specifically at the archives of Vienna. So Nick, take it away.
Well, thank you, Carol. And so first, if I can take a brief moment to thank you and the rest of the organizing committee for putting this incredible conference together. I can't imagine the amount of work that went into making this happen. And of course, to say how impressed I am with some of the presentations that I saw in yesterday's session. And again, how thorough, how much work has gone into them. Particularly, I'm in awe of the work that happens with the FTHERE project and how they do this voluntarily, trying to help all these people with this ongoing trauma, which is trying to find your roots. So let me share my presentation, share screen. Let's see if that works. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Let me try again. Yeah. So as the title gives it away, this presentation is about the Venetian archives. But what I was going to say is that, as Carol has already said, I'm not a genealogist. This is just a hobby. And what this presentation is aimed at is to take you through, show you in simple steps how you can access those Venetian archives and potentially get you excited to go and visit and research yourself. So, and just to prove the point that how easy it is to access. So before I go to the actual archive, the Venetian archives, I might take you through a brief history of that particular era, which is the 30 years of the Second Venetian conquest of the Peloponnese. So I'm just hoping to, before I take you through the findings of my research in the archives, I thought it might be useful to show you the main dates around that period. So as you can see in this slide, the Venetian rule, the Second Venetian conquest of the Peloponnese started in 1685, and that was sealed with the Treaty of Karlovac in 1699. And what this meant is that that was the result of that was the end of the Great Turkish War of 1683 between the Ottoman Empire and the Western Allies, mainly Venice and the Holy Roman Empire, which marked the end of the Ottoman control in much of Central Europe, and it led to huge territorial losses for the Ottoman Empire. So the main dates here are, again, the Venetian conquest, taking over the Peloponnese in 1685, the treaty that sealed the deal, then the governor of the Morea of the peninsula, Francesco Grimani, whose archives I researched, he was the governor between 1698 and 1701. And I'm going to talk you through two things that he did during his tenure, which is the general census of the Peloponnese, which was the first one ever to be done at that extent, as well as some parish property records that he requested from all the churches and all the villages as part of his effort to govern and organize the administration of the Peloponnese. And then this brief 30-year period ends with 1715, where the Turks, after a brief campaign, they recapture the Peloponnese, and that's the end of that. And between that and 1821, it took another 100 years before the Greeks freed themselves from the Ottoman rule. So the man who did this, who achieved the capture of the Peloponnese, was Francesco Morosini, who was chosen to be the commander of this expedition, and who at the time was also the Doge of Venice. And an interesting fact is that he achieved to conquer the Peloponnese in 1685, and then swiftly moved on to try and capture Athens. And the siege of the Acropolis started in September 1687. And after a few days of bombarding the Acropolis, the bombs find their final target, which was the Parthenon, which had been used as an arsenal for the Ottomans, and which led to a massive explosion and reduced the temple to pieces, which is the current state you've seen. Until then, it had been intact. So, and when Morosini was asked what he thought about that, the bombing of the Parthenon, he called it a fortunato colpo, a fortunate shot. So that was his take. So now, going on to the Venetian archives, what I've got on this slide, on the left, you can see the study hall. This is where you take the archives and you can stay for as long as you want and do your research. Can I say the staff there is very helpful, very trusting. They let you touch all the archives. As long as you don't take things out of the folders that they give you, you're allowed to take pictures, go through all the different subfolders, and just generally it's very easy, and it's quite pleasant to work there. It's a very nice room, as you can see. So at the top, I've written down the dates and hours that you can visit. So you can see that the study hall is open until 6 p.m. Tuesdays and Fridays, and then 2 p.m. the rest of the week. But then the material can only be collected up to 1 p.m. And my advice to you would be, if you decide to go, is go as soon as you can, go before 9 a.m., request your materials, what happens is you put on your request, and then you have to wait an hour. And then the materials come and they call your name, and you can take your folder and go to the study hall. And you can stay as long as you want. And then at the end of the day, you can return the folder. And if you want to come the next day, you don't have to wait. They keep them on a shelf, and then you can go back and pick them up, and without having to wait this 1 hour window for this 1 hour window. So you can see that pin is where the archives are, and that's the central station in Venice. I think this is a 10-15 minute walk, so it's all very close, very well connected. And that's the address and the website. The website is all in Italian, unfortunately, but if you use Google Translate, maybe you can navigate through and find some information there, but it's not. None of this material that I'm going to show you is digitized. You have to physically go to the archives to access them. So that's the only downside. So what you do is, this is something that I picked out of, so when I went there, I copied the transcripted general list of folders that existed in the Grimani archive. And this is just, just some of them. And the yellow ones are the ones that interested me particularly. But as you can see, they go on and on and on. And the way that the archive is organized, you can see on the left column, you have something that's called the busta, which means bucket. And depending on the size of the subfolder, you can have from 1 to more folders within that bucket. So when you go there, you have to request a bucket. You don't have to request a subfolder. So, for example, when I was interested for the province of Laconia, that's 151. So that corresponds to the bucket 52, which runs from 148 to 152. So that's what you do. You just request 52, you wait an hour, and then it comes. And the way to do that, you go to the main kind of lobby at the entrance of the archives, and they'll ask for your information, name, date of birth, address, and a copy of your passport. And then they point you to the nearest computer terminal, where you have to create yourself a username and password. It's all very easy. And as soon as you log in, they take you on this search phase where you send your request. And you can see that in 2019, I requested those buckets, the Grimani say at the bottom. And that goes automatically on some other system, and then it goes off and things are requested for you. And then on the hour, they call you. So while you're waiting during that 1 hour at that lobby, there is a huge collection of little folders like this one. Some of them are just indices of all the different archives that they have, but some others have maps and graphs from all the Venetian conquests. So, as you know, the Venetian Empire, as I'll show you in another slide, at different times possessed different territories in the Mediterranean. So that would cover the whole of the Mediterranean. And, you can flick through, that's, for example, the Castle of Mani. It's a sort of map that they drew at the time. And these are microfilms. And if you're interested in a microfilm, they have this extra service where you can pay a bit of money and have a reproduction on the original size, and you can take it home if that's something you want to do. So then the hour passes and you get your files, but before you do that, you need to know where to look for things, because as you saw in this, in this list, it says Laconia, or it says Achaia, or Messinia, or Romania, but these do not necessarily correspond to what we know now as the Nomos Laconias or Nomos Messinias. So you have to look at the old map to know exactly where the borders are. So the borders, I've found this map. Let's see if it works. Yeah. So I found this map on Wikipedia that shows the borders of the old regions. And you can see that, you might notice that there is no Arcadia in the center. And that's because the Venetians divided the peninsula in 4 provinces. And the center of every province was the nearest harbor. So they were all kind of organized, the administrative centers were the coastal towns. So Patra for Achaia, and Navarino for Messenia, and Monemvasia for Laconia, and Nafplio for Romania. And so, you have to sort of know roughly which area you're looking for and see which region that falls into. And again, these 4 regions were subdivided into different territories. So Laconia, for example, which was my main focus, is further divided in Mistras and Bordonia and so on. So my focus was on Mistras, and that's because my genealogical research was mainly about my family, and that's where my immediate that's where my ancestors come from, and that's why I focused in this area. So there's a huge volume of information in archives there, which I never looked at, and it remains to be discovered by you. So I took this picture from Wikipedia, which shows all the different territories. So that's Morea. You can see 1686 to 1715, the occupation of the Venetians. But then there's other areas like Cyprus, Crete. The Venetians were in Crete for nearly 500 years, as you can see there. The Ionians, they were there until the end of the Venetian Empire. So if you, although this presentation mainly focused on the archives of Morea, there are other archives for all the Ionian islands, for Candia, Crete, for Cyprus. And you can go and research. I didn't do it, but then there's going to be plenty of stuff for you to look at. So again, I can't stress enough how exciting, how easy it is to just open those archives and just touch them, and without being supervised or micromanaged by the staff. So this is, for example, a picture of the original summary of the general census, which I'm about to talk about, in the province of Laconia. So you can see all the sub-territories of Mistra, Malvasia, which is Monemvasia, Chrysafa, and Delos, and Alta Mina, Bassa Mina is Mani. And so the idea was that Governor Grimani, as I said earlier, he conducted this general census to assist him with the administration of the territories. And you can see on the right, on his report to the Venetian Senate, he said that the general population of the Peloponnese at the time was 43,000. Hang on a second, no. Not 43,000. 177,000 souls, 43,000 families, divided into 94,000 men and 83,000 women. So there is a ratio of 113 men for every 100 women, and the average family unit would consist of 4.08 people. So small families, and only a handful of bigger towns that had more than 1,000 people in population. So they're very, very agricultural society with small villages and small communities. So that's a summary of what some of the villages of the territory of Mistra look like in that census. So that's, for example, Castagna, which is my grandmother's village, as Carol mentioned. And you can see here that it gives you a number of the families of the village. So Castagna would have had 62 families, and these are the men by age group, and then the women by age group. And my favorite fact about this table is that although the age groups go up to 50 and 60 for men and then old, vecchi, for women, it goes up to 50, and then anything over 50 is old. So a bit of sexism there, which, you know, I'm sure it has an explanation, but, you know, just another interesting little fact from the archives. So if I now show you some of the actual files that I found in those folders. So even though I said that the Venetian rule started in 1685, in those folders there were documents that predated the conquest. So you can see, for example, this folder said letters in idioma, in Greek language in 1639. And you can see there's just one example. It's in Greek. The script is very difficult to read and quite dense. But I took a picture of it because I just love the signatures. And, you know, it's just yet another piece of source of information that you can tap into. And then, as I said, Grimani requested all the parishes, all the churches submit a register of all the church property for every village. And that's just one example. Your typical example would be several pages of text saying what the churches or little chapels in every village are, and what kind of belongs to each church. And some of them are longer, and because the village would have been bigger and rich, whereas others do not report very much at all. They might say, oh, there's a church and a churchyard where we bury the Christians, and that's it. Whereas others, like Molenbeek, you can see it's quite long. But then there's also some unexpected discoveries, and that was one of them which I found particularly interesting. I was reading the letter from Missouri of Mistras, and as I was going through it, you can see I've highlighted there, it says, the new priest is Logiotetos Nikodimos Vavatenis Livaditis. And I thought, that's a very unusual name. I should Google that. And I did. And to my surprise, this was actually a very interesting personality of the time. So you can see some information that I extracted out of some study that I found online, some paper that I found online. So Vavatenis was based in Venice, serving at the St. George of the Greeks church in Venice, which is now the Hellenic Institute of Byzantine and Post-Byzantine Studies, and is worth a visit. They have an incredible Byzantine icon collection there, and you can visit. You can pay a little fee and a small ticket and go in and have a look. And then, so Vavatenis in 1691 moves to Patra to teach locally, and apparently, according to the information, in 1694 the Athenians requested the Venetians have him replaced, and this, I believe, has something to do with his orthodoxy, his beliefs. He wasn't particularly. He was. It seems that he was enamored to the Venetians and not particularly solid with his religious beliefs. So you can see that, for example, in 1697, he deposes Kyprianos, which was the bishop of Lacedaemon, and he tries to become the candidate for that throne, but he's accused for preaching the Filioque, which is, as you might remember from your history books at school, it's basically the reason, the biggest reason for the schism between the Western and the Eastern churches that goes to today, which is the difference between the Orthodox dogma about the God and the Son and the Holy Spirit and the relation of the three. So it seems that he was preaching that, and the locals didn't like it. And then this letter is May 1699. After trying to become the bishop, he is the priest of Missouri, and then a year later he becomes the bishop of Elos. But and he stays there for 18 years. And in 1718, when the Ottomans officially take the Peloponnese back, you can see that he loses the bishop's throne, and the official church gets her revenge by having him excommunicated for blasphemy and for being evil. So a very adventurous personality, huge fan of Venice, completely different from what you'd expect for a priest at the time. He goes into exile in Patmos and dies in 1734 at the monastery of St. John. So that's just one finding. There's another one. There's another discovery which I made, which is from the letters of the village of Vamvakou, again in the Peloponnese. Part of the same project, report what your church property is. And then at the beginning, it was very hard to read, but effectively what the local priest says, we don't know what to do because we haven't got any property, but we feel like we must write something to you. So we've written a birth, marriage, and death register of every Christian in the village for the last, from 1693 to 1698. So yet another unexpected bit of information, source of information of everyone's been married or buried or christened during those times. And anyone from Vamvakou can look at it. I've posted this already on the Hellenic genealogy website, and maybe you can find your ancestors in there. So again, yet another source of information that I wasn't expecting. Another one was from the village of Kotidza, which I'm not sure, I don't expect any of you to have heard, because it doesn't exist anymore. So in 1699, Kotidza wrote this letter to say, blah, 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 this is our church property. And in 1700, at the census, they recorded 69 families living there and 281 people in total. And apparently it had been a very rich village. So in 1770, during the Orlov revolt, which was a unsuccessful uprising of the Greeks against the Ottomans, it seems that the locals of Kotidza had funded the uprising. So as a reprisal, the Ottomans burnt the village to the ground. So Kotidza doesn't exist. And if you look at it online, on the map, it's just a hill with a dot, but no houses. So again, something that's been lost in time. And this is just a little fragment of history to prove that this village existed. And then yet another one that was one of my favorites. I'm reading the letter from Parori and Ioannis, and they mention some people that had dedicated property to the churches, which was quite common at the time. A lot of the letters, there is a common theme in all the letters, people dedicating one olive tree, one mulberry tree, or a house to the church. And these were people that were religious converts, so Muslims that had converted into Christianity. So there is the woman Zahara Korakina dedicating, 4 or 3 mulberries to the church, or this very rich, it appears, convert Georgios Hadzakis, who dedicates a whole house for his memorial service with a will. And just another bit of information which you can find in those letters. So what I thought I would do is make a list of all those letters that are currently in my possession, and feel free to take a picture of this. I'm sure we can upload the whole PDF, the whole presentation on the website. But these are all the villages that I've got. You can see that it's only a small list because, as I said, I didn't think I would need any more. My focus was just Agiatos. But I'm happy to share any of these, but obviously that's just a tiny fraction of what's available at the Venetian archives. And I would urge you to think of visiting or maybe organizing for someone to go and share this knowledge. I don't know how. I'm just giving ideas here. But then, you know, this is all I've got. And yeah, so that was all of it. That was the presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I couldn't see your comments, if there were any comments or questions, but I'll be happy to take any questions after the session or in the following days. This is my email here at the bottom, so feel free to contact me, and I'll try and help in any way I can. Thank you very much for your time.
Nick, this was incredibly enlightening. I've seen a couple of comments in the chat where I have to go to that archive. So my proposal is that we get some Greek ancestry, Hellenic genealogy geek folks and plan a research trip there. You have opened up something that many of us had heard of, but we just didn't realize how accessible it was. And that is the work of Francesco Grimani and the Grimani census. Everybody hears about the Grimani census as soon as you start doing research, but I didn't realize how accessible these documents are. I cannot thank you enough for your time today, for putting this presentation together, for being willing to share what you've learned with us. I think you have opened up a whole new door of discovery for many of us who are ready to jump into the next level of research. Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that. And you know, as you can see, this is just the beginning of this great research of the Venetian archives. And I'm hoping, like you said, like, you know, you're excited, but maybe some other people will get excited, and maybe there will be some traction to properly investigate and properly research those in the future.
Well, what's so exciting in our community, because we're a very close community, we have 30,000 people on Hellenic Genealogy Geek, but even though that's a large number, we are a niche and a tight community. And yeah, if somebody is, you know, like, I'm ready to go, I'll get on a plane tomorrow, COVID or not, and I'm going. And so by advertising that, there may be others who say, you know what, if she's going and he's going, maybe I'll go too. We can help each other. I just see a lot of fascinating new opportunities opening up for us. So absolutely, thank you for opening our eyes to this incredible resource. And again, thank you for being with us today. We're so grateful for your time.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, so everybody, are you psyched to go? Because I'm ready. Okay, but moving on in our agenda today, we are going to learn about a very important resource for people of Hellenic background who are in the United States, and that is the Hellenic Chronicle newspaper. This was a major newspaper in the US, and we have two people here with us today, Meletis Pouliopoulos and Nancy Agris, who are going to talk with us not only about the Hellenic Chronicle, but also about their efforts to digitize and preserve and make available to the public this resource. So let me introduce them to you. I'll start with Meletis Pouliopoulos. Meletis is a Greek music historian and an archivist. He is founder of the nonprofit organization Greek Cultural Resources. Meletis is an author, a researcher, and a lecturer, And he produces a weekly radio program and is a consultant to the Hellenic Chronicle Digitization Project. So Meletis, we need for you to tell everybody about your radio program, because I have listened to it and it's phenomenal.
Oh,
and Nancy, welcome. We're so happy to meet you. Nancy Agris Savage is the team leader of the Hellenic Chronicle Digitization Project. And she's the executive director of the Peter Agris Memorial Journalism Scholarships. She's the former editor-in-chief of the Hellenic Chronicle and a senior staff counsel of the House, the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, excuse me. We are so thrilled to have you both with us. Please tell us about your project. We can't wait to hear about it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you to our hosts for inviting us and to the participants for giving us your time. I'd like to provide a little bit of background on what has brought us to this place. As the program says, I'm the team leader of the Hellenic Chronicle Digitization Project, the former editor-in-chief of the newspaper, and the daughter of its founder, the late Peter Agris. A journalist myself, I literally grew up in the newsroom. In September 1950, at the age of 24, my father founded the first weekly journalistic vehicle, American in form, but Greek in substance. Its tagline read, "The American Voice of Hellenic Expression." His Eminence Archbishop Liakopoulos of blessed memory tried to dissuade my father from going down this road where others had failed. Peter Agris, however, had two things going for him: an incredible sense of mission and a gift for bringing people together. His goal was to unite Greeks assimilating in the United States, not to report news from Greece in a way that benefited one homeland party versus another. Targeting first-generation Greek Americans, its pages charted the expansion of our archdiocese, the proud history of our cultural organizations, and the professional celebrations of individuals and families, information that had not been available elsewhere. The newspaper soon gathered a national following, making it the largest Greek American weekly newspaper in the United States. Its editorial policy was to promulgate the strength of the Greek community. There were no exposés. As Adweek stated, the Hellenic Chronicle has prospered mightily because it has performed its duties with feeling for the community it serves. Peter Agris and his staff brought the news for almost 40 years, until sadly he would leave his family and life's work too soon, dying in 1989 at only 62. At that time, after moving to Washington to pursue my own passion of working in politics on Capitol Hill, I made the decision to return to Boston and take over the helm of the newspaper for its final chapter. More than a decade later, with a new century dawning and with changing times in the journalistic world and in personal lives, I made the decision to let a new generation take up the challenge. On September 20, 2000, the 50th anniversary to the day of the newspaper's incredibly successful run, the Hellenic Chronicle published its final edition. What remained was a rich compilation of over 55,000 pages of a half-century of Greek American community history. Seeking to ensure it would be accessible to researchers and individuals alike, I donated the hardcover archive to the Archbishop Liakopoulos Library on the campus of Hellenic College, Holy Cross School of Theology in Boston, to be housed in its special collections room. Despite being meticulously cared for by the staff, time began to wither its pages to a state comparable to crumbling phyllo dough. It has been a dream of mine for 2 decades to fully digitize the archive, to make it readily searchable and accessible online, and to preserve it for current and future generations. Initially reaching out to mainstream data preservation companies, I received estimates in the range of $150,000. While I believe in dreaming big and have tackled some pretty challenging projects in my day, that nut was too big for me to crack. Thankfully, we found a way. Inspired by my father's example and blessed by resources for which I am profoundly grateful. First and foremost, teaming up with my good friend and respected archivist Meletis Pouliopoulos, whose expertise would get the manual digitization done and whose contacts throughout the academic and cultural community are unparalleled through his work with Greek cultural resources. Second, our partnership with the Alpha Omega Council of New England, a philanthropic organization of Americans of Greek descent out of Boston, founded in 1976 by my late father, which also shared the Chronicle's mission of uniting Greek Americans. This then paved the way for additional partnerships and generous support from the AHEPA, the Hellenic Women's Club, the Lingos Family Foundation, Loganiko Society, and many other organizations and individual donors. Third, the support of the Archbishop Iakovos Library and the Harvard Library, as well as coverage by the Pappas Post, Grecian Echoes Radio, and other vital media voices. Fourth, an independent campaign to raise $50,000 undertaken by a committee of individuals from within our community. The support across all levels was energizing. In an interview, ABC News commentator George Stephanopoulos said, "I grew up with the Hellenic Chronicle. It was essential reading in our home and one of the strongest threads binding America's Greek community into a family. The archives are a vital resource to anyone studying the story of Greeks in America." Nicholas Gage, who I know you all heard from yesterday, author and investigative journalist, who, by the way, helped pay for his BU education working 3 afternoons a week at the Hellenic Chronicle, said, "The Hellenic Chronicle was the Boswell of the Greek community during the second half of the 20th century and will remain an invaluable source for anyone interested in the Greek diaspora. It's an enduring part of the great mosaic that is immigrant life in America." We are extremely proud to announce the completion of phase 1, an independently searchable database allowing for high-speed search, retrieval, and manipulation of articles and photographs in JPEG and PDF formats. The team was overwhelmed by the support evidenced during 2 soft launches, at which we were honored to have special guests, Greek Ambassador Alexandra Papadopoulou, Governor Michael Dukakis, Nick Gage, AOL founder Ted Leonsis, and scores of other leaders and academics. Of many of the most incredible moments that stood out for me during those launches were comments from another speaker this weekend, Professor Alexander Kitroff. Speaking of the wealth of information from within the archive that he counted on for his book on AHEPA's 100th anniversary, he highlighted one of the roles the newspaper played, of which I am most proud. The only Greek publication which editorially supported Archbishop Iakovos' successful drive in the 1970s to introduce English into the Divine Liturgy services celebrated in Greek Orthodox parishes in America. This became known as the language war. In my career in journalism and during my 15 years in government on the staff of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the critical importance of free and open access to historical records has been ingrained in me. It is with this at the forefront of my mind that I began this project. We owe it to those who chartered our path and to the generations to come who seek to understand it, to preserve our history in perpetuity. The work is now underway for phase 2 to raise funds for a permanent home for the archive. I hope I have piqued your interest in helping us complete this work, which will provide Greek genealogists, researchers, and individuals alike free access to a portrait of our community's history in America. Now it is my honor to turn the program over to the man who has done the real work here, my partner, Meletis Pouliopoulos.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you to the Greek Ancestry team for having us here to talk about the Hellenic Chronicle newspaper digitization project. You know, the thing about Ancestry and searching your roots, it's exciting. It's exciting to know that your father lived in Manchester, New Hampshire, but even more exciting to understand what he did and the context of the society and the culture, what it was like when he was growing up. That's something that the newspaper provides. So I feel that I want to share with you as well some things, not just about the project, but about the newspaper. Here's the cover of the first issue from September of 1950. As Nancy had mentioned, the newspaper published for 50 years. It was a weekly newspaper written in English and geared to the Greek American community. It's clearly a historic and important historic record of that community. And what we had found was that the traditional libraries had gotten rid of their paper editions. This has happened with so many other publications. We're not the only ones, but it certainly did hit home, if you will, because the Chronicle was so special. The most complete archive that we had was that which Nancy had and her family had donated to the Archbishop Iakopoulos Library. There were some other smaller collections. I even have a few hundred copies here in my home. But by and large, it was the Iakopoulos Library that we had to work with. We also had, beyond the paper copies, partial microfilm that we could see at that point. And it was clear that we had to save everything. So Nancy organized the project team. And this was the team in the beginning. We asked Hilary Rogler, the head librarian at the Iakopoulos Library, to actually do a count and come up with a list of what we had. And then Rhea Lesarge to reach out to nationally and to other libraries and say, do you have any copies? Here are some issues that we know that are missing. Can you help us to fill the gaps? And so when we sat down to look at the archive, we noticed that the papers were in this condition, even the ones that were in binders like this one. Now, this binder, as you can see, it has almost like nails going across. There's spikes. It's like a 3-ring binder, but this is pretty severe. They actually punched right through the newspapers. So in the early binders, this is what we found, that a lot of the issues were damaged in this way. Information, which, by the way, is lost for all time. Other paper copies were just put in boxes, not archival boxes, just any old box. And it really looked like phyllo dough after 1 week. One little shake, and this is a page from the movie The Mummy. When we went into those loose papers, lo and behold, we found pages that had cutouts. And so it wasn't just an exercise of counting the issues, but finding which pages were damaged in that way. Well, the binders, the later bound editions, they were glued and stitched, but even those had cutouts. You can see, this is just a few pages that we turned inside of one of these binders. So it became clear that our work was going to be to try to replace these pages, not to say that we have this issue, because we don't. We have part of this issue. And that's what was happening. In the end, we found that over 30% of our collection for the first 10 years was missing, perhaps missing for all time. That the bound volumes, the later volumes, were in much better condition, but they were starting to show their age. And eventually we knew that they would become lost. And we had partial microfilm. So we had a situation where we had some of the newspapers and some of the microfilm, and what could we do? So Nancy mentioned some of the people that stepped up with funding, initial funding, and we did go out and survey, and it was just way too expensive for us to do it externally. For quality control and being able to make sure we have a complete archive, and we did it right, we did it in-house. But then we reached a point where our funding dried up. And we found ourselves, although we had some nice articles in the newspaper, Nancy and I found ourselves out, pounding the pavement again for funding. And we really weren't sure how this whole project was going to unfold going forward. We had those heart-to-hearts and said, the community just has to step up here. Someone's got to see the importance. And so we decided to do a soft launch. And by that, it was going out with what we had up to that point, making it accessible for the years which we had, which was a considerable amount of work. We had done at that point about 10 years of paper, scanning and OCR work, and a bunch of years within the microfilm, and made it a searchable archive. We invited the people who had donated to the project up until that point. And that was important because, we still had to fund the project to move it forward. We wanted to also invite, and we did, the key stakeholders, the people that this should mean a lot to, and certainly academia. It means a lot to the professors or the people out there that have been studying Greek American history. There's a handful of them. It's always been a struggling kind of course that still has yet to emerge. They understood how important it was. We also invited the church scholars. The Chronicle was a place where a lot of scholarly articles were written. Surprisingly, you wouldn't think that. You'd say, just shove it off. But there were a lot of excellent articles that were written, both from church scholars and from scholars that were, just in general public. We also have all the history of all the organizations, both church, both secular and non-secular. And so we want to invite the community leaders. We wanted them to step up and see, maybe they would take on a project and update their histories. Certainly, if they just knew, if they could just remember for the ones that were around, they would see how much wonderful history was in these pages of the Hellenic Chronicle. We also invited the members of the media, past and present, I'd say the Greek media. Several months had passed since we had our first round of news articles, and we needed a little bump. We needed someone else to pick up the story and spread the word. But we also wanted to reach out to those people that had worked for so many years in the media and understood the real value of what the Hellenic Chronicle did in its time. Ultimately, we wanted to build engagement. And if you have this sort of a project, you really do want to get people on board and support it. And that was really, I think, the primary goal of our soft launch. But the harsh reality was, it brought us back to a funding question, which is, how are we going to finish where we had done maybe about a third of the work up to that point? How are we going to get the funds to finish the digitization piece, just to get us through what we were calling at the time phase one? So fortunately, as Nancy mentioned, many people turned out to sing the praises of the Chronicle. They turned out to support the paper, and we were able to finish phase one. The two bylines that did stand out were the newspaper went by the American Voice of Hellenic Expression, and also that it was dedicated to American, Hellenic, and Orthodox ideals. It really says a lot about the paper and what it was standing for and what audience it was serving. In the 35th anniversary issue, Peter Agris, the founder and publisher of the paper, said that the Hellenic Chronicle came out of three needs. One, there was a need for a voice to speak out on issues of importance to the Hellenic community in America. There also needed to be a link between all the communities that were separate. And, this was pre-internet, if you can imagine, okay? A lot of the radio stations were just local. We needed something that was going to link all of the communities across the country, and also in the international world, letting them know what was happening. Peter recognized there was a need for the preservation of the common heritage and culture that we all share. I just thought that was brilliant encapsulation that he published in the 35th anniversary issue. This is the publishing block from 1962. And you see right under the title of the Hellenic Chronicle, it says, "The newspaper for Americans of Greek ancestry." Wow, that says it. That just says it right there. And you'll see Nicholas Gage at this point in 1962 was a copy editor on the paper. How can we begin to describe what it was like getting this newspaper in those years, and how much history is in those pages? Just a friend of mine, I was doing an interview, and he told me he's an older man, he's in his 80s, and he said, there was a point where the US government military didn't recognize orthodoxy. So if you were in the military, you're on the ship and the captain says, okay, line up all the Catholics over there, the Protestants over there, the Greeks, the Orthodox were all just standing around. And so I had no idea about this. I mean, I heard a little bit about it. There was something about dog tags when I was growing up. I remember hearing about that, but this was actually, there were people that did made the right moves to get orthodoxy recognized. Now, younger people today will find this article and say, dog tags? What's this about? Greek Orthodox dogs? They may not even understand just by the headline. How do you get people to look into in-depth articles, in-depth stories beyond the 5-minute little news bite? The paper had all of the history of the Greek Church in America and of the school, because it existed. The paper started before the Holy Cross Hellenic College was formed. It was already before it had moved to Brookline. So these are artist depictions. These are sketches of what the school campus would look like, what the Archbishop Iakopoulos library looks like, which is a little bit different today, but these were artist sketches. They had this for every church and every community in this country. But they were in the Hellenic Chronicle, every consecration, every blessing, it was all there. And the reason that I'm mentioning Greek Orthodoxy is because this was an exceptional time. These were first and second generation people who were attending the seminary from all over the country, and they were going back into the communities. And so there was this ebb and flow, and there was this national feel of a community that has just eroded over time. Generations now of priests within America, and we were reading about them. We were reading about the Orthodox faith and understanding it in a way beyond, of course, we went to church, we went to Sunday school and this and that, but the Hellenic Chronicle reinforced aspects of Greek Orthodoxy. Nicholas Gage mentioned the University Club, and I couldn't resist. This is from his alma mater from 1959, from Boston University, the Orthodox Club. There was a whole youth movement that took place in America. And if you could hear half of what they did, it was amazing. They did huge nationwide fund drives for books and for funding for the school, for the library, see the Goya in action. Yeah, absolutely. I lived it. This was my generation. I came at the end of this wave. How exciting it was for me to find Andrew Kopin, who was one of the founders of the Goya, the Greek Orthodox Jews of America, that he was a regular contributor to the Chronicle. These are history. I mean, he was a scholar of the history of the Greeks in Chicago. He was also a professor. A lot of his papers are there, but his stories are in the Chronicle. Think about the fundraising that we were able to do in those years and the role that the Chronicle played. And we're talking about fundraising internally for things like the school, or externally for international crises or things that were happening in Greece. Seems like there was one earthquake after another. The story of how the Greeks rose to those causes is part of the Greek American history that is not being taught. We have lost that history. The teachers were a couple of generations removed from this. And that's why the Chronicle is going to help to fill that gap of information, to help illustrate this period. If you go through the historic pages, you're going to see that all of the organizations just about had regular updates, nationwide updates from both church organizations and cultural and civic organizations from all over. I mean, this is from Falls Church, Virginia. Now, I mean, think about it, and back in those years. Also, we got to see what these organizations were doing. It just wasn't a barrage of pictures, but gee, I had read something about Professor Mary Lefkowitz, and it was interesting to see what the daughters were doing. Or what are these foundations doing? Who were the leaders of the community that were being honored? What were their contributions? And we read about these stories and we understood that, wow, you know, the Greeks here in America really are doing a lot. We really are contributing to society. We've lost that history. The Chronicle also had all of the conventions. Boston, because, well, we had, you know, it's a big city, we had a lot of the convention. Here are the Cretans, but there were national conventions, regional conventions from all different sides. I mean, from all over the country. And generally there would be a photo like this of a few of the principal people, and there'd be a couple of articles of what came out and what good they're doing. Also the academics, I mean, they love the Chronicle. They love the Chronicle because they could get their articles published. And so we saw Hellenic thought advancing. Indeed, there are countless articles on Greek ancestry, how to find your Greek ancestors. And this is going back now years ago. We could still learn from a lot of these articles. I followed up on some of this stuff. Some of you know of Mary Vultsos. She worked for the government. She had published this before Ancestry.com. She had published the book. Well, she also wrote a number of articles. And lo and behold, some of these are republished from etymology of Greek names. I just love this. Everyone always asks, where does Agris come from, you know, and that kind of stuff. She had just one search to show you how dynamic our archive is. I did one quick search on Mary Vultsos and I found 11 articles that she had written. Other articles about scholars, and this was about someone who wrote a wonderful story. It was in multiple parts, I think maybe 6 parts, about the Greeks in Rhode Island. You know, we don't, most of you know of Theodor Saloutsos. He was a huge scholar of Greek American history. Some of his articles appeared. These are writings. This is not just journalism, but it's history. It's Greek American history that we're saving here. This is so important. Now, this is really cool. A lot of people are interested in the stories of the early immigrants. This is a republished article from 1906. And it was in, by the way, it was in several parts. It was in 3 parts, long, long story about this Greek that came that was a pushcart peddler. Story that, you know, has been lost. That newspaper has never been digitized. It was a small local newspaper out of New York. Here's the story that Nancy mentioned about the whole debate in the church and across Greek America about whether or not we should have Greek in the church. What level of Greek or English should we have? And look what the Chronicle did. In this page, the Archbishop's on the right track. And then further down, it says basically he doesn't have a clue. So there was always both sides of issues that were being presented in the Chronicle. Great story, and I don't have to tell you folks, finding an obituary can be the greatest blessing to understanding your roots, your family, and that history. One of the former directors of the Manchester Historic Association had asked me about a family in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, down the road from me, the Zacharoulas family. Now, they were an old family, and I had interviewed people 30 years ago that told me of the Zacharoulases. And he told me why he needed this information, and that he had just done a DNA test and found that he had a daughter, 63 years old, who was adopted by the Zacharoulases. It was that article that wasn't published anywhere else that gave him all of the history they needed. Now, in terms of phase 2, here's where we're at. We're looking to find or build a permanent home for the online archive. And that's there's a lot of irons in the fire. This is, we want to make it free for everybody, where it's not a pay-to-play kind of thing. And we have a certain amount of archive maintenance because we're being careful. We're going through and we're saying, okay, well, this wasn't in the microfilm. Now we have to scan the paper, or vice versa. We've scanned this and now there's a big hole in it. So that completes the story of what we've prepared today. Thank you so much for inviting us. This is such an exciting project. It's the first of many newspapers and books that we really need to work on. So thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Meletis and Nancy. This has been enlightening for us. And we so appreciate you coming on with us today and giving us a walk-through time of Hellenic American history and the importance that this newspaper has played in our lives. Thank you so much. We wish you the best, and we look forward to staying in touch with you and seeing how the project is going. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we are moving on now to Georgios Liakopoulos. Georgios Liakopoulos has been researching in Ottoman records, and we are so excited to have him with us today to explain what he has found in these records regarding our Greek ancestry and Greek records. So let me read a little bit about Georgios. He's so impressive. He obtained a doctorate in Ottoman history from Royal Holloway University of London. He taught the modern Turkish language and Ottoman history and paleography, which is the study of old handwriting, at the University of Athens and in Berlin. His publications are mainly focused on Ottoman epigraphy, the addition of Ottoman archival material, the historical geography, demography, economic and environmental history of our Greek lands under Ottoman rule. Georgios is currently employed as a senior postdoctoral researcher at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History in Vienna, Paleo Science and History Independent Research Group. What incredible credentials, Georgios. We are so fortunate. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing with us today. I'll go ahead and turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you very much. I would like, first of all, good evening to our participants and attendees from Europe. Good afternoon to our good friends from America. Thank you very much, Carol. And I would like to thank my former student, Mr. Kontos, for inviting me in this conference. You have done a wonderful job. Let me start sharing my screen. And you can give me the green light when I am good. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen. Thank you. It's perfect.
All right. So we will be talking about how Ottoman primary sources can shed light on Greek genealogical and anthroponymic studies. So We will start with the detailed Ottoman taxation cadasters. We will talk about the recorded data, the data we find therein that are administrative, geographical, demographic, and financial. Of course, we will talk about the anthroponymic value of this data, and then we will move to other types of sources, the judicial records, title deeds, identification cards and passports, and finally, other inventories. Let me start with the Ottoman taxation cadasters, the Defteri Hakani, or also known as Tahrir Defters. In the wake of the conquest, it was necessary for the Ottoman government to conduct a survey of each province to record the tax-paying population, their produce and revenues. Such surveys were then repeated at regular intervals of 20 to 30 years or at the enthronement of a new sultan. So, by order of the Sultan, an Ottoman governmental employee and a scribe, probably accompanied by an assistant who knew the local language, visited the settlements of each province one by one and recorded all residents with tax liability on the spot. The cadasters they compiled are tax surveys of entities encumbered with a capital tax, whose revenue was meant to meet the needs of the Ottoman cavalrymen, the Timariots. There are two kinds of these cadasters, the detailed ones and the abridged ones. The detailed ones are the ones that record the heads of households, the bachelors and the widows. The bachelors are unmarried men over 12 to 15 years of age that have to pay taxes since they constitute labor force. Each Timariot was granted the revenue for one or more settlements of a district, which was collected by him directly from the inhabitants in lieu of salary. The cadasters compiled in the 15th and 16th century are generally more reliable than the ones of the 17th, which are but verbatim copies of the previous ones. Actually, the ones compiled in the mid-15th, or let's say the second half of the 15th century, depict the late Byzantine period, a period where we don't have such sources apart from the Praktika we find in Central Macedonia. Hundreds of those Ottoman cadasters have survived for the Greek lands, and they are housed in archives in Istanbul, in Ankara, in Sofia, and also in monasteries in Greece. The ones to be found in Greece, unfortunately, have survived in fragmentary state. So I will try to give you an example of a typical entry in such a detailed cadaster. This manuscript comes from the National Library of Bulgaria. It is the first extant cadaster pertaining to the Peloponnese, dated in 1460, 1463, so immediately after the Ottoman conquest of this province. So the first thing we see in such an entry is the name of the district. This one is the district of Hlemutsi, Hulumic in Ottoman Turkish, which is today's Kastrokilinis in Elis. Then we have the Timariot. So here, this is the allotment of Elvanoğlu Mahmud from the foreign adventurers, and he campaigns on his own behalf, wearing an armor, that means he himself and his horse, and he ought to bring a military servant. Then we have the name of the village. This is Nihor. It is Neohori village, existing even in our days. And after that, we have the list of the inhabitants. They are not, this is not a demographic, a population census, but we only have the names of the heads of each household, the male heads. So let me start with Nicholas Aronis. Yannis Tsernaris, Andreas Doxamanolis, Yannis Poulias Effendis, so he bears a title, which means that he was kind of dignitary of that village, or a nobleman. Thodoros Lidoritis, Stefanos Metaxomatis, Yannis Giatsos, Andreas Kalogyros, Θόδωρος Τριδεμόνας, Θόδωρος Μαρδάρης, Μαρκόπουλος Ανδρέας, Γουλιάμος Στυλιανός, Μίλεσης Αγαπητός, Bachelor Μιχάλης Μοναχινός, Bachelor Μιχάλης Τσερνάρης, and finally Bachelor Lazaros Metaxomatis. Then we have the number of the households and the bachelors of this specific settlement, the total amount of revenue that its inhabitants had to pay the timariot every year. All calculations are made in akçes, that was the Ottoman silver coin known in the Greek lands as aspron. And in that decade of the 1460s, one akçe contained 0.96 grams of silver. Then we have the breakdown to each crop's tax or any other taxable asset. It always starts with the per capita tax, the ispence. Then we have a number of tithes, tithe on vineyards, on wheat, on barley, on fruits, swine tax, wine tax, and marriage tax, a tax that women who were about to get married had to pay. We have seen that the most common way to record an individual was by his forename followed by the family name. So there are different ways on the basis of the existing information. When the family name was unknown, the individual was identified on the basis of family relationships. As we can see here from another manuscript, which is housed in the Prime Ministry Ottoman Archives in Istanbul and pertains to Chalcidisi in Central Macedonia, the village of Galatista, there is a certain Dimos, son of Kalamaras. Moving to Thessaly in Vathirema, there is a bachelor named Thodoros, brother of Petros. Nearby in Agrelia of Trikala, we have the name of Stephanos, who is the son-in-law of Georgis. Back to the Peloponnese in Xirohori of Achaia, we have Nicholas, who is the nephew of Nicholas Livanis. Here, I would like to draw your attention to the Greek phrase that the Ottoman scribe chose to use, which is anepsosti and derives from anipsios too. So he employed a Greek term there, which is something rather common, mainly in the cadasters of the 15th century. In Paralimni, again in Achaia, there is a Dimitris who is the stepson of Domenikas, and again we have a Greek phrase progonostou. Finally, there is a Manolis recorded in the Mitsana of Arcadia, who is just a relative of his. This relative pronoun refers to the previous entry, which belongs to Thodoros Kourtopoulos. The syntax and the vocabulary here is Persian, so hish is relative in Persian. If no family connections could be ascertained, the individual was identified by virtue of whose neighbor he was. And let us move to Hatziko in Achaia, where we have Retsis, who lives by Arestis. So he is a neighbor of Arestis. And another example of a lodger, so bachelor Ioannis, who is the lodger of Evorondinos. They both lived under the same roof. Now let us see how widows are recorded, either simply by their forename, like widow Zoe in Nestani of Arcadia, by forename and surname, like widow Dimitra Frangina from Vrachni, with reference to their deceased husband, like widow Maria, who is the wife of the late Papa Theodoropoulos from Platanitsa, and occasionally without mentioning their forename. So what we only have in hand is the name of the deceased husband, like a lady who was the wife of Georgios Sklavopoulos from Orinoco Korakovouni in Arcadia. Then there are other examples where widows are recorded with reference to their son, like, no, before I go to that, I'm sorry. This is another example of a widow that was recorded in reference to her deceased husband, but I chose to present that just to give you the Greek phrase behind the Ottoman, which is to Yakumu, so Yakumos's widow. We don't have the name of the lady, just the forename of the deceased husband. And here we're talking about the reference to the widow's son. So this is the mother of Andreas from an unidentified locality called Xifia in Laconia, most probably on Taygetus mountain. And another unidentified settlement called Yanilata, most probably in southwestern Arcadia. There is a widow who is recorded as daughter of Kalantzis. In Zaruchla of Achaia, we have a widow who is called Michalina. This is an andronym, so most probably the name of her deceased husband was Michalis, who was his sister-in-law. His refers again to the previous entry, which is Ioannis Pavlopoulos. And again, the Ottoman scribe opts for a Greek phrase, Nifitu. The scribes of the registers seem to have attempted to render as closely, as accurately as possible the late medieval pronunciation of toponyms and anthroponyms, abiding, of course, by the phonetic rules of Turkish. Thus, these sources contain a true treasure for linguists researching onomastics. For example, the TT10, this first cadaster of the Peloponnese, attests the well-known deletion of unstressed vowels that still characterizes the Peloponnesian dialects of Greek. For example, place name Perthori is recorded as Perthor and not Perithori or learned Perithorion. And the surname of the first listed inhabitant is Exarchopoulo instead of Exarchopoulo. Now, let me move to the second type of source, which is the judicial records. These records of Islamic courts are kept chronologically, well, most of the times, and they consist of all decision of court cases, hukm, any significant matter that require to be recorded, the hujjat, such as purchase or sale, debt, bond, auction, or sale of public land or endowment, dedication deeds, wills, certificates of inheritance, proxy, etc. And summaries of every sort of order or instruction from the central government, from Constantinople to the provinces. As you can easily understand, it was mostly Muslims that took cases to these kinds of courts. However, non-Muslims addressed Islamic courts as well, mainly to record and ratify deeds or to secure more lenient verdicts against other non-Muslims. The judicial records in Greece are found in the Historical Archive of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, in the Historical Archive of Crete and the Turkish Archive of Heraklion, the General State Archives of Imathia in Veria, and the General State Archives of Kozani in Western Macedonia. This is a very important archive as it contains the entire Ottoman archive of Thessaly as well. So here I am showing you an entry from the Sharia court of Heraklion. Maria, daughter of Konstantinos, resident of Reis Effendi quarter of Candia, through a proxy named Ömer Bey, son of Abdullah, according to the testimony of Konstantinos, son of Georgis, and Andreas, son of Theophilos, takes Stephanis, son of Michalis, in marriage, providing a wedding donation, a dowry of 500 aspers, which is not to be deposited in advance. So this case is already recorded. It is found in the judicial records of Heraklion. So if anything goes wrong after this marriage, then people can address the court, appeal, or do whatever they need according to the Islamic law. And what we find in this kind of documents, concerning anthroponymy, is mostly first names, forenames. Another kind of source are the title deeds, the tapus enedi, that we find mostly in private collections throughout Greece, like the one you are now seeing on your screen from Trikala, dated in 1864. It comes from Golfari village, and it is the transfer of field ownership title from Yorgos to Mitros. However, the Ottoman state gathered all these deeds and put up huge inventories, some of which have survived in Greek archives, like this one from the Historical Archive of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, which pertains to the prefecture of Pieria. And the folio I am showing holds the entries of October and November 1872. The highlighted column includes the names of the owners of real estate. Passports or any other kind of identification cards is also a source of people's onomastics. They are mostly found in private collections, like this one from Elassona that was issued in 1906 and belongs to a certain Christos Tsakhanakis. These kinds of documents are more common in the second half of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th century in northern Greece. The final type of source is debt inventory, Defteri Zimemat, and this particular one, which is housed again in the National Library of Bulgaria in Sofia, is a register of the debts of the executed and fugitive revolutionaries to the profit of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate. They were compiled in collaboration with the Patriarchate of Constantinople during or immediately after the Greek War of Independence. So an entry here, a typical entry, goes debts of the executed dragoman. Dragoman was the official translator of the Imperial Council, Kostaki, he is Konstantin Mourouzis, under the jurisdiction of the Diocese of Herakleia, that was Redestos, modern day Tekirdal. 1,500 piastres due to Vinak Rally by commercial bill, 1,000 piastres due to Hellenico Mourouzi, total 2,500 piastres. So you can easily see how this kind of inventories shed light not only to anthroponymy, but to prosopography as well. To sum up, the Ottoman rule constitutes the lengthiest phase of late medieval and early modern period of Greek history. The Ottoman Chancery had been one of the most productive ones in world history, yielding documents that literally number millions. Among them, different kinds of manuscripts preserve anthroponyms that cover the entire Hellenophone populations in the Ottoman realm down to a village level. A consistent study of them is bound to furnish the researcher of Greek ancestry and anthroponymy unique evidence. Thank you for your attention.
Georgios, I have to tell you that this has been an incredibly educational presentation, something that I personally, and I'm sure many of the hundreds of people that are listening and watching right now have never been exposed to. I thank you so very much for your time. Thank you for showing us these documents and for explaining to us how things are, how they're written, how they're constructed. I would imagine that, is it possible to even, let's say we have a historian who really wants to try to understand more about his or her area of Greece through these Ottoman records. How do they go about doing that? Do they hire somebody at an Ottoman archival repository? Is there a website where they can maybe get information about how to research a little bit more about the Ottoman records in their area? Can you help us with that, please?
Yes, there are catalogs of archives, the ones in Istanbul and in Ankara, that they are already published, so we can search place names there. We need to know the district that we are interested in, and then we see the call numbers of a series of cadasters. The next step is to go to those archives, apply, and then we can get the entire document, or if we know the page, the folios, just those, and then we need to study them.
I see. But let's say, okay, so my family is near today's area of Sparta. So let's say I was interested in Mistras back during the Ottoman period. Where would I go to find somebody that would work and help me to access those areas? I think that's really important for people to understand. Is there a place that they can go? Where do the Ottoman researchers and historians? Do they congregate on a certain website, or how do you find them?
So you need, yes, you need to establish contact with an Ottomanist.
Yes.
So perhaps you need to search on Greek university websites, see if there is somebody who teaches Ottoman history.
Okay.
Or even search if such a cadaster is already published. We have a number of them already published in Greek. And this, I mean, would make us really lucky, I mean, to find something already edited and translated that we can find, we can trace immediately the name that we are interested in. Unfortunately, most of the Ottomanists who work on this kind of material are interested in economic history. So they don't really work on editing the names.
So that's why I was thinking more from a historical perspective.
Yes.
Like if there was a historian who wanted researching maybe a certain area in Greece, like I said, Mistras for me, I would understand that I'm not going to get genealogical documents with names, but I would be able to get information about the area, the economics, the agriculture, the general population, that kind of thing, to enrich my historical understanding of the area that I've come from. So thank you for answering my question. Thank you so much for being with us today.
My pleasure, Carol.
And we wish you such great success as you continue your work. What an important field. And I think as Greek historians, and now we have a whole groundswell of Greek genealogists, people interested in their families and in their family history. And I see in the near future that the interest in Ottoman records and what is in the Ottoman collections in the archives will just continue to grow and grow and grow as more and more people look to expand their understanding beyond just their own family, but to the history of their area. What you're doing is such an important work. Thank you.
Carol.
Thank you for opening our eyes to this today. Have a wonderful evening.
Anytime. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Kalinichta. Bye.
Kalinichta.
Okay, everybody. So that was an incredible presentation. I'm blown away by what is available for us in the Venetian archives and the Ottoman archives, and in other repositories such as the Hellenic Chronicle that we heard about. Just so many ways that we can enrich our understanding of our families and the times that our families lived in. I am absolutely thrilled now to introduce you to one of my favorite people, Daniel Horowitz with MyHeritage. I got to know Daniel when I would hang out at Roots Tech in Salt Lake City, the largest genealogy. Well, it used to be in person. The last 2 years it's been virtual, but wonderful genealogy conference where people from all over the world come together. And Daniel is the emissary for MyHeritage. He is known by genealogists and family historians of all races, cultures, creeds, and countries throughout the world. And he is here to talk to us about DNA, understanding your DNA tests, and especially the incredible work that MyHeritage is doing with DNA testing. So let me tell you a little bit about Daniel. He has been dedicated to genealogy since 1986. He was a teacher and a study guide editor of the family history project called Searching for My Roots in Venezuela for 15 years. Wow, that's fascinating. He is a board member of the International Association of Jewish Genealogical Societies for 10 years. And by the way, I have to say something about that organization. It is a phenomenal organization, and they do incredible work. You don't have to be Jewish to benefit from their work, because they have done so much throughout the world to go into communities and capture records from those communities and history of those communities. If you have family anywhere in the world that had a Jewish presence, which is almost everywhere, then I strongly suggest that you look into the International Association of Jewish websites and try to get into the areas where your family was from, particularly if they were from Europe. Like if you had Greeks living in Eastern Europe, etc. They're just doing incredible things. Daniel is now involved in several crowdsource digitization and transcription projects. He holds a board level position at the Israel Genealogy Research Association. Since 2006, Daniel has been working at MyHeritage, liaising, wow, I can't say that word, with genealogy societies, bloggers, and media. He is a world-known and much beloved lecturer, and he attends and presents at conferences throughout the world. Daniel, we are so thrilled to have you. I am turning the mic over to you.
Thank you very much, Carol. It's really my pleasure, and no worries. I always blame my copy team at the office for that liaison word that they took me a lot also to get used to. And always a pleasure to be here with all of you and sharing information in this opportunity, as you mentioned, DNA, and I will start from the very basic, and then I will grow from there, trying to go a little bit fast so we can talk about everything that I have planned and the importance not only of a DNA test, but also to keep a family tree together and why doing that on MyHeritage. So I guess you can all see my screen, right? With this nice young man there. And he, same as we all, has DNA and has these 23 pairs of chromosomes that are in all his body. And we have DNA in our blood, our skin, our hair, and even in our saliva. And this is actually where we're taking samples to use into genetic genealogy research. Now, from those 23 pairs, one pair is dedicated to set up the gender. And then you still have 22 more pairs where all this information is saved and passed to other generations. And it is in those 22 pairs that we are going to concentrate ourselves. And this is called autosomal DNA. Now, there are tests that will also check the X and the Y chromosomes and other parts of the DNA. But the reason why MyHeritage and other companies out there choose to use this autosomal DNA, it's because it is passed from generation to generation. As you can see in this graphic, you down here will have little pieces, not only of your parents' DNA, grandparents' DNA, great-grandparents' DNA, and even up to 10 generations back. So with a simple sample of you, we can get a glimpse on all your ancestors. Now, you already know that the DNA is inherited material, but let me tell you, how do you inherit that? Well, you get actually 50% of your DNA from your mother and 50% from your father. The news is that you are going to also pass your DNA to your kids, but they're going to take only 50% of your DNA and the other 50% from your spouse. If I will go one generation back, I will find in myself 25% of DNA from each of my grandparents and approximately 12.5% from each of my great-grandparents. So you can see that in every jump that I do through my family tree, I'm actually losing more or less, and this is why I have the sign, the symbol in front of the numbers, because this is not quite exact. It could be a little bit more, a little bit less, but DNA. And also, if I go down on my family tree, I will find that I am sharing with my first cousin that same amount, 12.5%. Now, some people like to talk in a different measure, which is centimorgans, and it's actually the same thing. I think that talking on percentages is a little bit easy to understand. So when you keep going on your family tree, and again, this is why it's so important to always have a family tree together with your DNA, you will be able to pinpoint your relationship and the location of your DNA matches according to the amount of DNA that you're sharing. Now, this percentage is correct for the quantity of DNA, but the quality, although it sounds a little bit bad, or the different pieces that you get from each of your ancestors may be different and will affect the results that you will get. So what do you get with DNA? Well, the first thing you get is the ethnicity estimation. And this is how MyHeritage will show mine, which is yet 88% Ashkenazi Jew. Believe me, I didn't have to take a DNA test to find out about this. I knew this, okay? Now, I am 6.2% Greek, so that validates me to be here with you, and I'm very happy and very honored, as I said before, and other ethnicities that we will see in a minute. But what else MyHeritage will give you? MyHeritage will give you DNA matches, and we will talk about that in one more minute or a couple more of minutes. And we'll tell you also where in the world are located those people who matches you. You can see that the majority of the people are in the US, but I also have people in France, Germany, Israel, and yes, also even in Greece. And I can see also how many people matches me according to the different ethnicities. Why this is useful? Because if I would like to research a particular ethnicity, I only need to click on those numbers and I will see the matches that matched me on that part. But first things first, let's go to the ethnicity estimation, and hopefully my computer will work as planned. Good. So the ethnicity estimation is based on what we call the founder's population, meaning that MyHeritage took about 5,000 people, users from our system that had at least 4 generations in the same region. And that is our ruler, that is our base. And this is the DNA that we're comparing your DNA in order to tell you the percentage that you are from the different ethnicities. This is unique to MyHeritage, and we're adding more people to this founders population as we have more and more DNA kits coming into our system. So after we compare your DNA to the founders population, we can tell you, for example, that you are 72.6% Greek or Southern Italy. And that only means that your DNA resembles DNA from people from that place. Now, this is not enough, obviously, and that is why MyHeritage jumped into a more detailed resolution with the genetic groups. And now we can go even into very specific areas, as I will show you in one more minute, and we will tell you not only that you're Greek, but you're Greek from this specific area. So as I said, let's say that you are 72% Greek, and you see over there that Greece is one of the genetic groups. But if I click there, I will find that in this case, and this sample that I took, this person is coming either from Greece or from Albania and the northern Greece. So you can see how the areas can actually overlap. And this is because people back a couple of generations actually move across the country. Okay, so what we managed to do is to pinpoint in different times those individuals. For that, MyHeritage actually use a combination of the DNA samples that we get, and we will also talk about that in a few minutes, and the family trees from those people. In this case, for this particular genetic group, we use 3,000 DNA kits, and 1,000 of them were actually linked to family trees that gave us the details of birth, marriage, and death, not only for the person or generations before the person that took the test. We can also give you a summary of the top places where these people, the people with this DNA, were living, the surnames that they were using, the given names, and other ethnicities. And doing that, we're actually able to create like a movie where we can show you the different migration paths of this group of people with this same DNA. And you can see that the majority of them actually did not come from Greece, or at least not until the 1800s. Like before that, they really came from a little bit north west from Europe, from the Italy area, until they got there. And you can go there and you can see more information about that. You can actually see all the genetic groups, the available regions that we have on the ethnicities. And for each ethnicity, you will see in this case, Greek and Southern Italian have 101 different genetic groups. We have general information about this ethnicity, and you have the whole list if you want to see that 101 areas. And you can see that we go in such a detail and resolution that we can even tell somebody if not only that he is from Greece or from Northern Macedonia, but he is from the town or the city of Rensen or Kishevo or different areas, very specific, thanks to the amount of DNA that we have from people in that area. Okay, so going back to the map, I just want to point out that you can share this with other people, but let me show you why, again, I am so emphatic when I said that you should have a family tree on MyHeritage, because we will allow you to overlap the events in your family on top of that ethnicity estimation. So when we're telling you that you are from Greece or your ancestors are from Greece, the family tree will also prove that that is correct. And you can see that in this sample as I'm showing. Okay, now what else we have here? We have the DNA matches, and this is really the reason to do a DNA test. And you probably heard already yesterday when, I'm not gonna say that name that always bring me troubles. I think, yeah, I knew this. It's Etosia project reuniting adoptive Greek people. Well, that is what the matches are actually doing. And you will need to excuse me and my computer for a minute. I was hoping this was not going to happen, but we're back in business. So this is how MyHeritage will show you the different matches. And in here in the top, we will allow you to filter and sort those matches, so you will be able to see better the people that you are related. By default, you will see all your matches, and I hope that you have as many as I, 14,000 last count. And then the top one is going to be the more related to you, the closest relation to you. But you can also see only the matches that have a family tree or a family tree theory of family relativity, and I will explain to you that in a moment. But also the type of relationship that you can have, the location of the people, the ethnicities, the genetic groups, as I showed you before, or even the new and latest feature labels that MyHeritage allows you to apply to the different matches. So in here, MyHeritage will explain you about the quality of the match. Remember, I like to talk about percentages, but we will give you also right there, you have 0.5%, which is 31.6 centimorgans. Now, that is not all what you should be looking at, because also the amount of share segments and the largest segment will give you information about that match. So you should go over this and understand better. Now, the next section, the estimate relationship. This is kind of important because if Brian here, it's 40s, and when you click there, you will see a similar graph to the one I was showing you. And let's say that Brian matches me and I am 50. Definitely, he cannot be my second cousin twice removed or third cousin once removed below my generation. He has to be either my third cousin, fourth cousin, and fifth cousin. Why the different options? Well, remember that you have some certain amount of DNA that you're sharing with this person, and that percentage can be true to different individuals and different relationships in your DNA. Now, MyHeritage will give you also a summary of why you should analyze this. And in this case, well, Brian has or appears in a family tree with 385 people. MyHeritage found a theory of family relativity and also some surnames and places and smart matches, everything that will point me to a good match. And I will suggest always to contact not only Brian, because he's the donor and the one that give the DNA, but sometimes you will have other people that are actually managing that DNA. In my case of my family, I manage different DNA kits, like 15 or 20 DNA kits, because the people were kind enough to open their mouth and allow me to make the test. They don't want to get bothered. Some, yes, they wanted to be part of it and they will answer questions. So give it a try and try to contact both and say, hey, MyHeritage found a match between both of us. Let's work together and see how we are related. So I already mentioned a couple of times the theory of family relativity. What is this? Very easy. This is a theory, and you need always to remember this. It's a path that MyHeritage found between you and your DNA match. So you can see very easy how from my mother's side, it goes up a couple of generations until it gets to the common ancestor. After all, we all have some common ancestor way back up there. That is the one that gave the DNA to both of us. And then you could accept or reject this theory if you know if it's correct or not. Now, this is not enough, definitely, and we know that, especially not for genealogists like me. We want to see the whole process, and MyHeritage discovered that for you just by clicking into that button, and we'll show you how we found this path. And yes, you may have more than one theory because all those family trees, and right now I think we are in 89 million family trees hosted on MyHeritage from all over the world. And I will prove that in just one more second. So I may be connected to my DNA in multiple ways. So MyHeritage may find more than one theory and more than one path as well. So it's up to us to review this path, to review those matches that MyHeritage found in the middle, and to see exactly how we are related. Now, in my case, MyHeritage found this way of contacting or path to go between me and my DNA match through another family tree in Hebrew. And yes, even that the family tree was in Hebrew, the technology knew to match those two people. And the good news for all of you is that MyHeritage knows how to do this, not only between English and Hebrew, not only between English and Russian and English and Ukrainian, but also between English and Greek. So it doesn't matter if you're in the US building your family tree in English or in Greece building your family tree in Greek. MyHeritage will find that match for you, not only between family trees, but also between records. And you will be able to go over all these pieces and evaluate them and make sure that this is really the person that connects to your family. And again, if you go back into, let's say, 5-10 generations, and you find that John Smith, born in 1800, probably there is where things get a little bit confused and the theory may be wrong. But I can assure you 100% the DNA don't lie. And if you have a DNA match, that is for sure true. What else do we have here? Well, we have smart matches, meaning individuals in your tree that matches also the other family tree. That is why it's so important. And I will say this again and again. It's so important for you to have a family tree on MyHeritage. What else we will show you? The shared ancestral surnames. Definitely with Cohen, it will not help me. But if you have a very unique last name, and even if you can see all your last names, again, the other person's last names, you will be able to get ideas of how you are related. Also, the common places. People didn't move that much back more than 100 and 200 years. So if you have a great grandfather that was born in a particular place, probably that is the common ancestor. Just bear in mind that border moved, and what you called a specific country today may have not been that country the moment the person was born. Now, the best and probably the most important section, and this is all a whole very long page where MyHeritage gives me all the information between the match between me and Brian, is this section called Share DNA Matches. Because here, I'm going to see other individuals that matches not only me, but also Brian. And I think that it's very clear that if Brian and I both matches my mother, it's, again, very clear, Brian is coming from my maternal side, and also all these people here. So all what I need to do is now go into the different family trees and try to find the common ancestors and try to find how we are related. If you have another person here which matches not, let's say, not at the mother level, but a grandparents or a great grandparents level, then you know that that will be the exact branch where this match is coming. Now, the next section is a pedigree review from your tree to the other person's tree. And if you don't have a family tree on MyHeritage, it's going to look a little bit bad. The bigger the family tree, the better, because you will be able to find, again, the common ancestor that you are looking for. Next section is the ethnicity estimation between the both of you. And the last section is the chromosome browser, meaning the areas, the pieces of DNA that you are sharing with the other person. And remember that if you are sharing a bigger piece, it only means that the match is closer to you than the other from the other person. Okay, so here is where you see different pieces, the biggest, and the amount of pieces in those 22 chromosome browser. Now, why should you or other people test if you have not taken a DNA test yet? Well, first, believe it or not, it's fun, and today very inexpensive to do that. Okay, it's fun because you can learn a lot about your ancestors, about your origins. Now, if you are dedicated to genealogy, to your research, and you have a brick wall, DNA may, and I'm using here the word may and not will, may help you turning down that brick wall and actually finding the right connection. It will also help you confirm facts and theories. Rumors that in the family we all came from Athens and Greek gods and all that. Well, you do a DNA test, you will find the truth. And last but not least, and I already also talked about this, is the fact that you can find people related to you if you are adopted or you don't know your biological parents. Here, definitely the DNA is the tool to use because, again, DNA don't lie. And the DNA matches, scientifically proved, are going to show you who are your biological family. Now, just towards the ends, I just wanted to give you a few announcements regarding MyHeritage. The first one, you are just on time and you have a whole week to keep enjoying other features that MyHeritage has, like the colorize, enhance, repair, and restore color features. We are making this free for you up till February 5th. That's on Saturday. The reason for that is because we are actually improving also the color restoration technology that we released a few months ago. So we keep improving and we keep working to bring you the best possible technology. And this works very good, actually, not only in black and white pictures, but in those very old, discolored, kind of red or brownish photos that you have. So you really should give it a try. And all the pictures that you upload and work with it this week are going to be unlimited free, as I said. Another thing I would like to offer you is the new online course, the Introduction to Genealogy. If you're new and even not that new, a lot of people are taking this course, are enjoying this, and I'm saying that even they thought they were gurus in genealogy, they are still learning a lot. And this is found in the MyHeritage knowledge base, which you can get on the URL education.myheritage.com. It's a totally free area where you have webinars, where you have articles, where you have downloadable resources, and the genealogy course right there. If we're talking about webinars, I would like to remind you that Legacy Family Tree Webinars is now a MyHeritage company. And over there, you will find more than 1,600 webinars recorded and a few others that Jeff and Marianne are giving every week for free. So all you need to go is visit the website, register for a webinar, and enjoy. There are a few over there also about Greek genealogy, but other subjects. Personally, I would like to invite you, just because we may be in the same time zone if you are in Greece or in the US, to join me in the Ask the Expert sessions, 30-minute free sessions where I bring you the latest specific topics about MyHeritage, and then I open the microphones so you can voice your questions. So if you are not familiar with this, I encourage you to go to that URL, bit.ly/MyHeritageATE as the expert, and register. Now, for the very good news, because I don't want you to leave empty-handed, yeah, I have two giveaways, two of each at least. MyHeritage Complete subscription that will give you everything you need to have your family tree and historical records, also from Greece. MyHeritage is working very hard to bring records from all over the country. We have very nice collections already in the system from Greece, and we are working to bring you more. And also, oops, no, this is not what I wanted. No, we're not doing virtual consultations. We're actually giving two DNA kits. Now, you can take those DNA kits and swap any person in your family, and you can also buy one for yourself or for other family members if you like. But if you already have a family DNA in another company, this is also very good news for you, because MyHeritage will allow you to upload your digital file from the other companies into the MyHeritage system and get everything, the ethnicities estimations and the matches as well. And who knows, maybe you will allow us to do one more time with what we have done so many times, and look forward to keep doing it, reuniting families as we did with, again, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be bad here, Ephesia project. Yeah, did I say it correctly? Ephesia, yeah. I need to practice a little bit more on my Greek. But also with PETA, that actually found not only one, but two sisters, and they were just 80 kilometers or 50 miles apart for decades. And it was not until they took a DNA test that they found out that they were actually related. And last October, they had this family reunion. So yes, please give it a try. And yeah, that's all what I have to say. Just thank you very much for your interest and attention. And yes, Gregory, we can now go ahead and pull from that
giveaway.
hat the 4 winners.
4 winners. All right. So if you want to participate in the giveaway, guys, we are giving, MyHeritage is giving out 2 DNA kits and 2 memberships on MyHeritage. So all you have to do is comment MyHeritage in the YouTube chat. And then we will randomly pick 4 of you as winners. So type in MyHeritage.
And just for you to know, I cannot see the chat at the moment.
I can, don't worry.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you the prize. You will tell, no,
right.
You tell me the name, I will tell the prize.
Cool, all right.
So go ahead, MyHeritage, right? Fast. It's one word. If you type it 2 words, you lose. No. I'm gonna accept it as well. But yes, MyHeritage is the keyword, and we should have said this before, Gregory.
It's fine. People are, there is a blast of comments.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. Good. And I hope really that you all have enjoyed, and this is already recorded as well. So if I talk too fast, you can always go back to the recording in the YouTube channel of Greek Ancestry and watch it again and pause it and see my screens and hear everything without any problem. So you already have 1,000 candidates over there?
Oh God, yes.
Okay, so pick one.
All right, I'm closing my eyes for the first one. All right. Terry Mixenis.
Okay, so Terry, we're gonna give you a complete account.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I'm noting her
Yes.
information down.
Exactly.
Terry, please reach out to us, and then we will forward to Daniel.
Yeah, we will send you a certificate, and you will be able to follow the instructions over there and enjoy 1 year of complete access to all what MyHeritage has to offer.
All right, second one.
Wait, Greg, remind people that the email address is pinned to the top of the chat so that they can contact us.
Right. Greek Ancestry's email address is pinned at the top of the chat. in case you want to, well, not in case, when you want to contact us. All right, second winner here. Closing my eyes. Zoe Kakari.
Okay, Zoe gets a DNA kit.
Oh, wonderful. So,
Carol, you want to choose the next one? No?
I'll do
Gregory
it.
does it fine. Okay.
All right. Third one. Matthew Jacobs.
I'm pretty sure Matthew wants a complete account, but no, I'm going to give him a DNA kit. Come on, we need to make this interesting.
Yeah, but don't troll people. All right. And the fourth and last one.
You see, now everybody knows that it's a complete account.
Lily Juris Bachelor.
Okay, so Lily, you already know that you have a 1 year free complete account. I really hope you don't have accounts on MyHeritage, but if you do, we will count it also as an extension of your account. Okay,
wonderful.
So no worries for that. If you want to give it as a gift to anybody else in your family or other friends, you can do that as well. It's up to you.
Daniel, this is so kind and so generous of you. Thank you so much. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, yes, yes. Sorry.
He's not. He's not. No,
I'm not.
Screen.
Exactly.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Somebody took that from me.
Don't worry.
I'm not. I am in the best hands possible, I'm sure.
All righty. Great. Okay, so we will have a 3-minute break. Carol,
No. We have one more giveaway, Greg. Okay, let me explain this. Excuse me, just one. Yesterday, I had a gentleman from our Hellenic genealogy community reach out to me. His name is Michael Scopes. Scopes was his original Greek name. And he has written a book called My Little Skinny Greek Life on Liberty Street. Some of you who are on Hellenic Genealogy Geek have seen him post this book and have seen a lot of comments about it. Michael has generously offered to give away a copy of his book. It's a personal account of an adventurous youth where the old world meets the new world. So Michael, we appreciate so much your willingness to do this. And Greg, since you're doing such a good job with the giveaway, why don't you go and let me just share my screen really quick and just show people what the book cover looks like. I don't know if am I sharing the right screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great.
I remember this from yesterday, yes.
Okay, great. So this will be your gift, and Greg, you get to choose the lucky winner.
All right.
And the lucky winner, please go up to the top and send us an email that we can put you in touch with Michael, and he can get you get you that book.
So to participate in this giveaway, write SKOPES, Scopus. SKOPES.
Daniel, this is such fun. It's not only fun having you here, but it's fun having you do the giveaways. That's wonderful.
I am more than happy to be here. I'm more happy to do it. And I really pray that next year we can do this in person, which is going to be more fun.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Greg, do we have a winner?
Not yet. Okay, here it comes. Oh,
that's
God.
It. That one.
Which one? All right, closing eyes, doing it again.
I'm not going to say it.
All right. Alexandra Diamond. Alexandra Diamond. Okay, and I'm repeating here in the YouTube chat. Email us. Okay, yeah. For the whoever won in the giveaway, email us so that we can process this. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Excellent, guys. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
And for all of you at home, please stay well and start, if you have not, to research your family. If you already started, just continue because it's really, really fun, especially if you have Greek ancestors.
Oh,
I'm going to say one more thing about MyHeritage. Besides the phenomenal collection that they have, if you're researching passenger ship list, you have to search on MyHeritage. What they have done is they've taken page 1 and page 2 and stitched them together. So on any other website, you're going to have page 1 is one image, page 2 is another image. But on MyHeritage, when you find that passenger ship manifest, it's one image, one document. So you don't have to try to go from one screen to the other to read across it. That's just one of the wonderful, wonderful things that MyHeritage has done to help us researchers.
With pleasure, always.
all right, guys. All right.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye to both of you. And we will now continue with session 4 of the conference titled Village History Projects Initiative. The Village History Project Initiative, for those of you who do not know, started last year right after the conference. And its goal is to encourage people to work not only on their own family history, but also on the family history and the family trees of their entire village or area. Every 3 months, we choose a project to support. We donate books, DNA kits, and whatever else is needed. So we will start with our first presenter for today, Ioannis Papachristou, presenting his project about his ancestral village, Peplos, history and genealogy. Hi, Ioannis.
Hi, good evening from Istanbul.
Thank you for joining us today. I know it's late there.
It is a bit late, yes, but
all right.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. I will briefly introduce you and then you can start your presentation. So Ioannis Papachristou was born in Athens in 1980 to families hailing from Eastern Thrace and the Marmara Islands. He studied philosophy at the University of Patras and the University of Athens and received his PhD in ancient philosophy from Humboldt Universität zu Berlin. He has been a postdoctoral researcher with teaching duties at various universities. Currently, he is working on the research program Sourcebook of Byzantine Philosophy. He studies the history of the area of Propondis and published various articles on Marmara Islands. In 2015, he edited the Anagραφή της Κιζίκου, a description of Kyzikos, 1825, a 19th century historical treatise on Artaki and the peninsula of Kyzikos. In 2019, he published a traveler's book, The Marble Island, Travels in Marmara Island. 2019-2020, he participated in the research project, The Islands of Marmara, Documentation and Risk Assessment of Architectural Heritage, publishing a bilingual volume on the cultural heritage at risk of the Marmara Islands. He co-administrates the page Marmara Island, History and Genealogy on Facebook, and runs the website www.periisis.gr, a page presenting his travels in Greece and Turkey. But today, Ioannis will not talk about the Marmara Islands. He is talking about his village in Peplos, Evros, in Thrace.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Gregory. Yes, I wanted to say that it's a couple of years ago, we wouldn't imagine that all these people doing this research will gather and discuss all these wonderful projects on genealogy. So it's a great honor to participate in the second International Greek Ancestry Conference. So I will be starting. Am I able to share my screen? Yes.
Sure.
So, yeah. So I will be starting with a few general remarks about the context in which our ebook on Peplos village belongs. And then I will present you some parts of our work in order to show you how we work, how we deal with our resources, etc. So usually we are using words that we don't really pay attention to their significance. And one of these words is the word place. So the place where we are born and the places where our lives are intertwined with the lives of our people are a component of identity and the factor connecting us with our roots. Places are part of our genealogy, proof that among the important questions one asks in one's ancestral past is what is the place of birth and place of death of an ancestor. Historiography and genealogy, it is particularly interesting to note that genealogical research that essentially is a written record often leads to the writing of memoirs, family stories, genealogical lines, novels, even of historical studies. So I would like to stress the fact that in our time, a kind of historiography is revived, that of local historiography, a popular genre of mid-18th century onwards in the Greek historical literature, in connection with the genealogical research. In other words, there is a concern to understand who our ancestors were and how they lived in their place. Now, the ebook about Peplos is born in this context, and it tends to be a hybrid of genealogical local historiography. Now, why create an ebook about your village? I note here two main reasons. First, think of the future generations. An ebook of that kind should be about the past and the present of the village, and for that reason it will contain also some knowledge about your village that otherwise could have been lost. And second is accessibility. An ebook has the benefit to be easily accessible to countless persons and to be updated as new information comes to light. A second basic question to ask is how to create an ebook about your village. Now, imagine what a person would like to know 200 years later. Include in your ebook as different as possible kinds of information that may shed light on the history and the genealogy of your village. And then, what is most important above all, create a team. A team including persons living in the village offers accessibility to local archives, facilitates interviewing the elders, and of course accelerates the productivity of the project. Now, our team has 7 members. Let me present them to you. It is Stavros Danakis. Stavros runs a project to record the shops of the village and put labels on the buildings. And his work is included to our ebook. Then it's Lakis Yanoulakis. Lakis is working on the customs of the village, and he is the teacher of traditional dances of the Cultural Association of Peplos. Alexandros Karavedos. Alexandros is a civil engineer, and he prepares the topographical plan of the village, but he is also interested in the presence of Arvanites in Eastern Thrace. Yorgos Bouyouklis. Yorgos works on the history chapter of the ebook and digitizes photographs. Then it's me, who I'm basically working on the historical sources. I digitize archival material, and I'm having, let's say, the scientific editing of the book. Then it's Anastasia Schiarvali. Anastasia works on family names, toponyms, and interviews. And Dimitris Tsotanidis. Dimitris is the current president of the community of Peplos and works on the local archives of the village. Now, let me present you the structure of the Peplos ebook. We have, let's say, 5 main chapters. We are planning to present historical events. For instance, the administration of the village, historical events that go back to the 19th century and, of course, of the 20th century. And a special chapter will be devoted to the exchange of populations, because Peplos is actually a village that was made or remade by refugees in 1922 onwards. Then we have a chapter on population where we are planning to use Ottoman censuses and Greek censuses. Then we will present the village. So there's going to be a topographical plan of Peplos. There's going to be a description and a list of public buildings, of various facilities in the village, and a list of toponyms. And then here comes the genealogical part. We'll have a chapter devoted to families. The idea is to create a record, a list of family names and of family stories. And finally, we have a chapter on customs, that is customs, food, songs, and dances, and also a presentation of the cultural associations of Peplos. Now, here you see a panoramic view of the village, but where is Peplos village? Where is it located? Peplos is located in Evros, western face, 43 kilometers northeast from Alexandroupoli and 12 kilometers northeast from Feres, and 5 kilometers away, as you can see in this little part of the map that I have here, 5 kilometers away from Evros River and the borders between Greece and Turkey. That is the Kipi-Ipsala border crossing point. Now, I will introduce you some general information about the village to see basically how we are working with the material, the historical sources that we have, the archival material later, and so on. So the village and its people. The original name of the village was Merhamle or Marhamle. Both spellings appear in transcriptions of Ottoman documents, but it seems that the correct one was Merhamle, because this is how we find it mainly in the Bulgarian sources, because Bulgarians were, along with Muslims, the first inhabitants of the village. So the village initially had Turkish population that back in the 1830s counted around 20 families. And at the moment, no other trace of the existence of the settlement is known before the 19th century. In 1860s, Bulgarian refugees from other villages of Thrace, mainly from Doğan Hisar and Tahtajik, were settled to Merhamle. The Bulgarians built also the church of the village, that was Agios Athanasios Church in 1875. During the Balkan Wars, the Bulgarian army won the Ottoman army in the Battle of Merhamle. There was a battle that happened around the village in November of 1912. But a year later, in 1913, the Turks burned the village, including the church. After the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920, with which Eastern Thrace passes to the Kingdom of Greece, the Bulgarian population left Merhamle. According to oral testimonies, refugees from Russia, most probably of Pontian origin, arrived in Merhamle even prior to 1922, and they were there perhaps already in 1920, but left after a while. Now, the Rum population, that is the Greek Orthodox population of Eastern Thrace and other places of Asia Minor that arrived at Merhamle, they arrived in 1922 up to 1924, and after the Treaty of Lausanne, fighting the village deserted. Now, Merhamle was inhabited by Greek Orthodox refugees from villages such as Küplü, Kavakli, Idriktepe, and Sultanköy. All these villages are in the east side of Evros River, not very far from Merhamle, from Peplos. Apart from natives of Eastern Thrace, Arvanites of Thrace arrive at Merhamle as well. The roots are traced in the area of Koritsa from the villages Vitkuki and Kypteza, related to populations that were forcibly moved in the mid-18th century and settled in villages such as Idriktepe and Sultanköy, and then after the exchange of populations, they moved towards the western side of Evros River. The 1928 population census of the Kingdom of Greece shows 676 inhabitants at Peplos. Now, the transition from Merhamli to Peplos. Merhamli was renamed Peplos soon after the occupation of Thrace by the Greek army in 1920. The first time the name Peplos is documented is in the census published by the Kingdom of Greece in 1920, and it is striking that the census mentions 530 inhabitants living in the village. Now, that is either a fictitious number or one reflecting the presence of refugees from Russia, as I said earlier. This is something that remains to be clarified from the sources. Below, you see here the church on the left, that it was built by the Bulgarian population of the village that existed up to 1977. Then, unfortunately, for reasons that are not clear, the community of Peplos decided to destroy this church and build the Agios Dimitrios church that exists until today, that you see in the next photo 3 years later in 1980. Now, the name Peplos means veil in Greek, and most probably it was chosen, and it was chosen, that we know for sure, because we have the FEK, that is the newspaper, the official newspaper of the Greek state, that was made by the political administration of Thrace, based in Andrianoupoli at that time, in collaboration with Nikolaos Politis, the famous researcher of Greek customs. And then most probably they choose this name because of the layer of fog that often covers the village. And here I show you a picture from 2016 that I took when I was in the village, where you see this slight fog early in the morning. Now, the community of Peplos. Peplos was denounced an autonomous community in 1927 and became the administrative center for 5 villages around it until 1997, when it was attached to Feres, and later in 2010, Peplos was attached to Alexandroupoli. Now, I'll move on to the topographical plan of Peplos, which is not what you see here. This is just an air photograph. So, what is the necessity of a topographical plan? I mean, we decided to include a topographical plan for 3 main reasons. The first is to pinpoint extant and non-extant public buildings like schools, churches, chapels, also facilities like the library, the train station, the fountains of the village, and then of course the shops of Peplos. The second reason was to mark toponyms inside and outside the village. That will be very helpful. So it's like having a map in front of you and then the name, the toponyms on it. And then third, to connect houses with family names. That would be a bit tricky because, as you know, well, the state of owning a house doesn't fit always, genealogy or family names and family lines. But we hope that finally we are going to make it. Now, collecting toponyms. I selected toponyms here as a special little chapter to show you, just because many times we think that toponyms are just names. They are not just names. They are a very valuable part of the history of a place, and we collect them by asking the elders on specific places But usually, and this is very important, the more rare ones appear when one is listening to elders discussing with each other. Sometimes when you are posing a question of a specific place, what is the name of this place, you get it, but then they forget other toponyms that come up only in discussions that they have between them. And as you see, we attempt to categorize the toponyms of Peplos. So here I show you 4 categories, namely neighborhoods, the plain of Peplos, that is the surrounding area of Peplos, then fountains and wells in the village or outside of the village, and then the riverside. As you understand, the categories may change because every village has a different topography surrounding it. So as you see, in neighborhoods, we have Arvanitika, we have Stathmos, we have Milos, we have Ecclesia, we have ta Prosphygika, and then in fountains and wells, we have Dioptsas, Tumaku Ivrisi, Aspri Petra, Ivrisi to Hartaba, to Tsartsara, etc. Then the plain of Peplos, we have Abelia, we have Jami, which the mosque of the village does not exist. It was used as, the rocks of the building were used to build other facilities in the village at some point, so it was demolished. But you see why it's important to have a toponym, because although the memory and the sign of, any sign of the mosque disappeared completely from the village, there is a toponym reflecting its existence and showing us where it was. Then we have Mavroklisi, Kapsalia, Takaragiolia, etc. And then in the riverside we have Diaouradas, we have Pétalo, we have Trifilonas, we have Paliochori, Kavakes, etc. Now, Peplos' families. Interviewing families producing history. Gregory said earlier today that family names are not just names, it's history. And interviewing your family, it's producing history. So, some of the main questions that one may raise to family members or to inhabitants of the community of a village could be the following. What do they know about their ancestry? I mean, from which places they came, if, for instance, they belong to a refugee family. What do they know about the life of their ancestors back there? With which families are they connected? What do they know about their ancestral villages? What were or are their occupations? Occupations are also important to ask because they give information about how and why a family was settled in a place. For instance, at Peplos we have mainly agricultural population. We have people that are cultivating the land. They are having animals, etc. They are fishermen. They are fishers. I mean, they are fishing in the river of Evros, etc. So these are some important questions to ask your ancestors. And then we have the local archives. Apart from interviews, archives, documents, records, whatever, photographs are very important. And what we are trying to do in Peplos is to collect them all, or as many as we can. And as I say also later, to create an accessible database for anyone who would like to see records related to his or her family. Now, the ebook will contain lists of family names and relative info such as occupation, dates of birth, death, etc., found in the local public and church records. The records found in the community of Peplos cover the period from 1929 with a break of several years because the communal building was burned during the Civil War. So a lot of archival material was lost, completely lost. You understand the reasons, of course. And they cover a period up to 2010. Now, various types of public records have been found in the community, such as lists of the civilians of Peplos and of villages administratively attached to Peplos as well, books of the Council of Peplos, lists of fundraisers, books of proceedings of the Council, protocols, books of the communal officers, books of decisions of the Council, church records, mainly, so now, researching local archives, the team will also make an effort to get access to archives related to our village that have been transferred either to Feres or Alexandroupoli. That means to the administrational centers of Peplos, such as the school records, and we will try to digitize them. In addition, private archives or archival material will be digitized, which is also very important because, as you all know here, each house contains at least one treasure that has to do with genealogy and the history of the place. So, for instance, for us, of great importance for our ebook is the archive of Ioannis Arapidis, grandfather of our team member Anastasias Hervali. Arapidis, born in 1935 to refugees from Kypliou village, was secretary of the community of Peplos for several years and held different public posts. His memoirs, you see here an example in this slide, personal notes and photographs are an invaluable source for the history of Peplos. Now, customs, dances, songs, and foods of Peplos. The ebook will include a chapter on various customs that the refugees from Eastern Thrace continue in Peplos, continue performing in Peplos for different occasions, that is, customs related to Christmas, to Easter, related to weddings, and we will also add a list of songs and dances that the local dance group of the village performs in festivals and celebrations. And the ebook will also offer the recipes of the most characteristic specialties cooked by the inhabitants of the village, so as to save, let's say, also this kind of intangible cultural heritage. Now, the aims of the team. I mean, we continue collecting and digitizing photographs and documents. We continue interviewing our family members and other inhabitants of Peplos. As I said before, and what I think is very, very important is to create an accessible record of family names. I mean, apart from what is going to be included in the ebook, the idea is to have a database with the family names of Peplos. That will help, as you understand, that will help people to create or to extend family trees. And then, of course, we would like to create an accessible record of the graves of the builders. This is something that actually I understood its importance here in Istanbul and in Asia Minor in general after my travels. As probably you know, generally graveyards around Asia Minor of Orthodox communities disappeared, of Christian communities, let's say in general, not only Orthodox. So, by creating a list with the details of its grave as we found them today in our village, I think will be a very important record for the future generations. Then also we engage with the Cultural Association of Peplos and the Women Association of Peplos for the chapter on customs, dances, socks, and foods. This is very important. We need the knowledge. We need you know, their experience of all these years to perform customs, etc. And the plan is to publish the ebook in this year to commemorate the 100 years after the displacement of our ancestors from Eastern Thrace and Asia Minor. As you know, for us refugees, it's a very important year. That was all, I think, with the presentation of our project, but I would like to close by saying that the Peplos Village ebook will be accessible for free through the Greek Ancestry platform. We are part of the VHPI, the Village History Project of Greek Ancestry, and we are very happy and honored that our project was accepted by Greek Ancestry. So later this year, you may find our ebook in following the link of Greek Ancestry. I should also mention that the project is the beneficiary of the second VHPI grant by Greek Ancestry. Our grant, that is history books, this is what we asked and we got, and we are very, very grateful to Greek Ancestry and Gregory Kontos for that. So the history books we got about the region of Thrace, about the area of Thrace, will be donated after we complete our project to the public library of Peplos. That is all. Here you see the people of our village, some of them with the traditional dresses back from Eastern Thrace, you see them dancing, you see them at the schools, you see them crossing Evros River with this wooden let's say it's not a boat, but yeah. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ioannis, for a wonderful presentation and an exemplar project. You showed us the photos of the Peplos people, and you are preserving their memory so well with your project. We wish you best of luck. And yeah, hopefully to have the ebook out in 2022. That would be wonderful.
Thank you very much, Gregory.
Good night.
Good night.
We are now going to continue with the second presentation by Paula Antonakos-Boswell. Hi, Paula.
Hello, Greg. How are you?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I will briefly introduce you and you can start your presentation. Paula Antonakos-Boswell was born in Montreal, Canada, and descends from generations of ancestors born in Amykles villages. As a child, she lived in Amykles for 5 years before returning to Canada at age 8. Paula is an active member of her Kingston Greek community and church, and the Greek community lead and administrator of the Kingston Greek History Project, for which she wrote grant proposals, conducted oral interviews, created walking, driving tours of the area, and collected photographs and histories. This collection is now housed at the Queen's University Archives. Paula has degrees in economics, accounting, and finance from Queen's University. She's also TSOL certified in ESL and a volunteer English educator to immigrant Syrian refugees in Canada, and she taught English in Spain during the summer of 2018. Paula is also a professional instructor and has taught accounting at the local community college for many years. As a family historian and archivist, Paula is an administrator of a family website. She is dedicated to her passion for researching and archiving family and village histories. Paula has recently retired from her rewarding 32-year career as a proud Canadian public servant and will return to Amykles in April 2022 to continue with the Amykles Villages History Project, to produce her own walking tour vlog, and to conduct villager oral history interviews. She and her distant cousin, Diane Gauthier-Jackson, continue with their goal of making the Amykles Villages History Project a repository of history and photos, and which will be accessible to everyone. All right, Paula, you can go ahead now.
Thank you, Greg, for the introduction. All the presentations have been fascinating, and I'm pleased to be here too. Yeah. Let me start sharing my screen. Okay.
Perfect.
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So, thank you, Yanni, as well. I'm looking forward to your ebook. That was fascinating. So thanks again for inviting me to present our Amykles Villages History Project. And thank you to Greek Ancestry and Gregory for supporting our project. So as Gregory mentioned, this is a hobby for me. My day job was for 32 years as a tax official for the Canadian government. And the rest, you know, I have my family, like many of you, your family, your jobs, your volunteer projects, all the others were volunteers. So my point is that you too can create a village history project. Okay. So the scope of our project was to share ancestral histories, multimedia family archives, photos, family trees, and stories of the interconnected villages of Amykles, the previous known villages, Sklavochori, Mahmute, Rovena, Petisteri, Riza, Vafio, or Marbali, Mandra, Tsausik, Katsaru, Kalami, Hunari, Kalivia Socha, and surrounding areas. These are located about 5 kilometers or 3 miles south of Sparta, Laconia, in the Peloponnese. The Amykles Villages History Project preserves and documents the history of this historically significant villages. And it's shared by the descendants, both in Greece and in the diaspora. So as Gregory mentioned, we do hope that it will become a historical repository of the villagers' ancestors and way of life, and accessible to all. So how did we get this? How did this get started? I met my distant cousin and fellow archivist, Diane Gauthier-Jackson, at last year's Greek Ancestry Conference. I typed in Mahmute, or as we affectionately call it, Maumbe, in the chat, and Diane typed in Rovena, and the connection was made. So for me, for the past 44 years, I have been passionate about researching and archiving, and so had Diane. You can see here a few documents that we have collected. So I'll take a minute and say, so on the far left is a picture of my great-grandparents at the bottom and my great-great-grandparents at the top. The second picture is Diane's grandparents' wedding day picture. The third document is a family tree that was created. It was a diagram created by her father in 1945 during World War II, when one of his relatives, Korniotis, helped him. And the final document is the actual marriage certificate of my great-great-grandparents that you see over on the left side. So we have been collecting a lot of documents. But our project is not about me or Diane or each of us in the project, all the members. It's all of us, not just my own family, but also the histories of all the villagers. I'm always asked, so how can I start my own village history project? Well, Diane and I had many years of interest and researching our history. So now we had to make connections. Facebook. I would suggest look at what's out there already about your village. There is a lot out there. You'd be surprised, even in Greece. Start your Facebook group. DNA game changer. And we've all listened to these conferences about DNA. If you don't feel comfortable, do what I did and ask my parents to do their DNA. Contact your DNA matches, even if they're fourth cousins. This could translate to a person with whom you share a great grandfather. We created 2 private Facebook groups, which include all the Amykles villages. So why private? Well, people find it much more comfortable to share their pictures and stories with us in this format. We searched Facebook for our patronymic or ancestral names, and this is very important to know who your people are and find your people. And friend those so we may invite them. And friends of the friends invited them. So we have a list of 140 actual ancestral surnames, and at least 2 people from each surname belong to our members in our group globally. So it is so important to realize that you are one Facebook group. However, you have so many things in common with other Facebook groups out there. And the ones in Greece are interested in what their relatives and descendants are doing in the diaspora. Of course, we in the diaspora are very interested in what's going on in our villages in Greece. Once we were ready, we created a website with all permissions granted in writing. I'm a big proponent of collecting oral histories. The second frequently asked question I get is, how do you conduct oral histories in Greece from Canada or the USA or wherever you are? So my answer is Zoom. Especially in this environment with the pandemic, Zoom is amazing. You can ask your Greek cousins and hopefully they'll be able to help you. Most of them are educated in second language, English as a second language. And failing that, there are exceptional voice recording programs. So, in the past, I would have traveled with my scanner and my microphone system to obtain these interviews, and now you can do it essentially from your cell phone. So we also use archive.org to store the interviews. So challenges and triumphs. Number 1 challenge is networking and getting people, Amykleans from around the world to be involved. So we were searching for people. We overcame this. We were so excited when Diana and I started inviting our cousins and our friends and patriotes, and they shared with their friends. And now we've grown to over 400 people, strictly of the Amykles villages globally. Encouraging sharing of stories and photos. This is difficult for people. So Diane and I maybe shared one picture that we may have had or a document that we may have had, and then people started sharing with us. So with the website, we had to ensure that we had enough data or memory. And so again, we use archive.org. We like that. Research is hard. That's another challenge. It is, it's time consuming. It's hard to do. Also, how do you store this research without, so you don't lose it? I use a OneDrive and it's very well indexed. And I also back up on another system so that I don't lose this. Another challenge, believe it or not, is getting so much information that you don't have time to input into your project, into your website. That's a great challenge to have. I don't mind that challenge. But we get help. We have help. We partner with others who have skills in this area. We harness members' talents, and I'll speak more about this later. But another challenge is seniors, speaking to seniors, because many of us are getting interested in speaking to our grandparents and great-grandparents if they're still around. And the question is, but they may have dementia. Well, even if they have dementia, they may remember old information or past information in history. So how do we get them to talk? Well, you may want to share a photo from the village or mention a name, Or I remember one trick I used a bunch of keys for a businessman who had many businesses, and then he was able to remember and start talking. So another challenge is, how do we get the word out about our project? It will come through conferences such as these, newspapers, digitization, Facebook, and such. So I do have a couple of slides with tips and techniques. Many of the presenters have already mentioned some of these points. These slides will be available on Greek Ancestry for later, if anyone who would like to review them. So we have partnered with various Amyklean and Laconian organizations in Greece and in the diaspora, and on their Facebooks. So we are out there. We're not afraid to approach them and friend them, and they friend us, and we share common knowledge. Then the other thing we do was we have harnessed the talents of many members, including storytellers, local historians, a great group that we are attached to is Lakoniki Bibliotheki. So one of our members, Vasilis Stamatakos, is an administrator. He's a local historian, and he has also accepted our offer to do an oral history with us. We have newspaper editors. We have archaeologists, Dr. Vlissos, who's currently, and I will share more of that, conducting an archaeological dig in Amykles, has also agreed to do an oral interview with us. We have photographers, and one, Alexandros Bougadis, who has shared drone videos of our area, and the younger generation especially enjoys that. So I can't stress enough, go visit your village if you can and take pictures. Visit the local city hall, visit the GAC, and many have spoken about these initiatives. Interview the locals in Greece and in the diaspora, especially the seniors. Source out family trees, even non-formal drawings, as we saw with Diane's father. Diagrams, we had a 92-year-old father of a member, Stamatakos, Mr. Stamatakos, who shared his drawn out family tree of many, many generations. So it was invaluable. It is expensive to store archives. So we're partnering with universities is a great idea. They have the capacity to store your data. And so those are a few hints for you wanting to start your own village history project. I have hundreds of resources here, and many, many people have shared these resources. We could not have done this much research without all of these sources, including records and people who've contributed, such as Greek Ancestry and Greg, Carol Kostakos Petranek with her Spartan marriage records. That's a game changer for us in the Spartan area. Hellenic Genealogy Geek, to name a few. So they've also become mentors to me and to other members. So we really appreciate it. So I'm going to highlight, many of these have been mentioned, so I'm going to highlight a few that we enjoyed researching. We have a section called Books that have been written by fellow villagers and our ancestors, as well as books and articles that have been written about us, so you could source that out about your village, what has been written out about your village. The other thing we like to do is, I've researched legislation. I work with legislation for my day job. So I enjoy researching legislation. It is Greek, the FEC, or the Government Gazette, Efemerida Kyverniseos. It's helped us determine which villages came in and out over the past 200 years, since 1833. So some villages have come in to the Amykles municipality and come out. Also helped us find things like, well, for an example, my mother's family is from Hunari. Hunari isn't explicitly mentioned in the FEC. However, other villages such as Kalami, so Kalami and Sausid, it's in between those two villages. So we have to assume that it was part of that record. Academia. Most universities, most global universities have chairs in the cultural departments or archaeological departments. So let me take a few minutes. I'm excited to share parts of the website and talk about our future plans. And of course, there we go. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see the first page of our website? What?
You're good.
So here's an example of, I'm choosing Chuck's, it's under our biography section, and I'm choosing Chuck's ancestral stories here. Chuck is one of our story writers, and this is biography of his grandparents who come from the Riza area. And look what he's done. It's incredible. And he has mentored others in our other members of our group. And then so we place all his little snippets here and then go into each story. And in this particular one, he talks about the wedding that occurred in 1890. There's the marriage certificate, what was going on at the time, and several family photos. So it's quite amazing. And this one, hopefully you can see it, is talks about the Amyklean or the Amykles research project that I mentioned before with Dr. Blisos. And here you can see pictures. These are sourced from the project and gives the history of that. And also here's an example of some multimedia that we've attached. We've attached some videos, and here's one that was created by them. And it goes on, I have the sound turned off, but it gives a really great picture over the area, as you can see. There's Ayakiriaki, and many of our members, of course, live near this area. The Yermanakos family is a good example. Riza is close by in the back, and also it carries on, shows. It even does a 3D image. I'm not sure, but I won't have time in this session to go through the entire video, but it shows a 3D image of building the throne of Apollo and what they feel it looked like, right? So that's fascinating. We also have a section called walking tours. And in this section, we have these various categories, and as you can see, it's evergreen. We continue and we will continue to be evergreen. And just to encourage others who want to start, you don't have to have it completed to the nth degree. You can continue and update as you go along. But the walking tours include everything from churches to the research project, archaeological sites, other significant sites. And I'll open up the church one for you. So photographers, our own photographs, whatever information we have, we've included their photos here. And stories. Our local historian, Vasily Stamatakos, will be providing some background on information about these churches. This is the one in Aya Paraskivi, the one near where my family is from. This is Kimisis, Panagias in Slavohori. We also have Livia Sohad, Riza, Ayos Ioannis Katayanis. We have, there's the Soha one, and some other, and here's Alexander sharing more drones. So it's quite fascinating and a lot of fun. Future, we're looking at expanding and adding a military page because many of our villagers fought in many of the wars and lost their lives. 1912, civil wars, World War I and II, the resistance fighters. Next steps, I will be going to Greece in the spring and doing my own walking tour vlog, which will be included in here. And I hope to conduct more oral history interviews in Greece. Okay, so I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to present our project. please contact myself, Paula, and Diane at the email address and website provided. We are so happy to help anyone wanting to start their own village project. Please visit our website and let us know what you think.
Thank you very much, Paula. What you do is really amazing. I am speaking not just as Gregory of Greek Ancestry, but also a Laconian. This is really phenomenal job, and I love how so many aspects of the village and its history are preserved, and all this more experience-focused dimension that you have with the tours and the photographs, the drones, all that. It's really incredible.
Thank you. We had a lot of fun with it.
So now we will move to the third presentation of this session, a presentation by John Wagner. I will introduce him. Hi, John.
Hi, Gregory. How are you doing?
Welcome here. Let me briefly introduce you, and then you can start your presentation. A Bavarian descendant, John Wagner was born and raised in Montreal, Canada, the chosen homeland of his immigrant parents, who both arrived separately from Greece during the 1950s. His father, grandfather, and 7 aunts and uncles were all born in Palaio Irakleio, and all immigrated to Canada during the same period. He continues to pursue genealogy projects that help him understand his Greek and Bavarian roots, and hopes to help others understand this aspect of Greek history. Guys, let me tell you that John is the 4th recipient of the VHPI grant. And last week, there was an article on Greek Ancestry about what he does about the Bavarian colonists of Palaio Irakleio. So you can go ahead, John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gregory. I'm just going to start sharing my screen.
Super.
There we go. Are we?
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you for the invitation to allow me to present the work that I've been doing over the past about 5 or 6 years. And thank you for the recognition of having received being the 4th beneficiary of the Village History Project Initiative of Greek Ancestry. I'm very grateful, very honored to be a recipient of this grant. And to give me the opportunity to talk about a little bit this poorly covered aspect of Greek history. So just to dive in here. So I created a website about a few months ago, about 5 or 6 months ago, that highlights the work I've been doing over the past few years. So it's a fairly recent website. And it's basically a summary of the work I've done. And the way I started my work was the creation of a family tree on MyHeritage. But I quickly realized that the family tree in itself wasn't the best representation of my work. So I decided to create this website to complement my family tree that appears on MyHeritage. So I invite anyone to visit this website. It's palaioirakleio.wordpress.com. And I think it's a good source of information on this poorly covered, not a particularly well described aspect of Greek history. So just to give you an introduction about Palaio Irakleio, so if you do a Google search, a map search on Google, you'll find out that Palaio Irakleio is the traditional neighborhood whose name is still preserved by Google Maps. And it's located approximately 10 kilometers northeast of the Athens center. And it was a village created by royal decree by King Otto in 1837, and it was established. What it appears to be established as a reward to military men who accompanied King Otto when he arrived in Greece back in 1832. And it seems that this village was created as an attempt to sort of preserve Bavarian culture at the time. So, so what happened was, from all indications, is that a group of 31 Bavarian settlers with their families were given a parcel of land in Palaio Irakleio, and from out of nowhere, this parcel of land was given to these Bavarian settlers, and they were expected to establish a colony that represented this Bavarian community. And one thing they have in common is that most of the men and families were Catholic, and being of Catholic faith, they needed a church. And one of the first things that was created was the church that would serve the community. And Agios Lukas Church, Saint Luke the Evangelist Church, was constructed in the early 1840s, and it was completed in 1846. It's still standing today. It was designed by a Bavarian architect and built by presumably some Bavarian military men who accompanied Otto to Greece. And it's still an active center of Catholicism in Athens. So it's still standing. It still performs church services to this day. And I just want to briefly describe some of the genealogical references that I've used that have enabled me to begin my research project. And my research project really started about 5 or 6 years ago when I received a book from one of my aunts while she was cleaning out her apartment. And it's a family history book that was put together by the author Ioannis. And it's basically a compilation of photographs and stories about Palaio Irakleio. And when I received this book, I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was very pertinent to my work, but I didn't really start my project until a few years later on. And another book that I received is a book that was on the bedside of my father, who frequently consulted this book, and it's a kind of a history book written by Georgios Maltezos, and it's a history book that accounts the history of Palaio Irakleio, and it refers to a lot of Greek records that are found in the Greek National Archives. And that's my third source of information. That's the Greek National Archives, sometimes referred to as the GAC, or Genica Archaea του Kratos. And this central repository of national records is a source of a lot of Ottonian era documents. And so I'll get into that a little bit later on. And the fourth major source of information that helped me in my project was family search records, in particular microfilms that were created by family search teams back in the early 1980s. And I'll get into each of those a little bit later on. So the main part of my research has to do with the discovery and identity of the 31 Bavarian colonists who were given this parcel of land to establish the colony of Palaio Irakleio. And the names of these colonists can be found in Maltezos' book, which I described earlier. And Maltezos referred to a document found in the Greek National Archives. So I spent a lot of time searching for the original document. And I was able to track down this document, and it pretty much conforms to the names that were established by Meletis. And what you see here is a list of 31 Bavarian men who were given this parcel of land, and what you see is a document, a handwritten document that gives each of those settlers a parcel of land, some money, and some resources to establish that colony. So, so here we have a very unique case where we have the establishment of a colony, and we know the names of the and identities of the first settlers. And another aspect of my research is to sort of decide or uncover how these names appear in the church records or vital records of Agios Lukas Church. So as I'll show you later on, I've been able to assign a large majority of these names to or relate them to records already found in Agios Lukas vital records. So just to give you some statistics, 14 out of 31 members listed here, I've been able to confirm or verify in Agios Lukas church records, either in the form of baptism records, marriage records, or death records. 11 out of those 31, I've been able to assign into my family tree. So as I'll describe later on, a big part of my research project was the establishment of a family tree that is my personal family tree, but it turns out that my personal family tree is also the family tree of these descendants. And of the 31 colonists, I've been able to positively identify 6 out of the 31 as being direct relatives of mine, so direct ancestors. I've been able to make a firm establishment in my family tree that they are indeed direct ancestors. So what I'll describe now is what I describe as a holy grail moment, and that refers to a period of time or a document that is so fundamentally important to my research that it was so significant that I refer to it as a holy grail moment. And this document appeared to me as after a result of many, literally weeks and months of research. So for anyone who's familiar with the GAC records, they're not, even though they're well documented and well organized, they're not easy to search. So they're not indexed in any manner. So I was able to find a group of documents that I believe were important. So I spent a lot of time searching through each of these images, trying to find a document that would be relevant to my research. And one thing that helped me is that my understanding of Greek is not very good. So one thing that helped me was that these documents were written in Latin script. Well, they're written in German, but they're relatively easy for me to recognize, even though I'm not a German speaker. I don't understand German. I was able to identify some words, and I was able to understand that these documents were somehow, in a sense, very important to me. So I came across this document, and I was able to recognize the name Wagner. And so I selected this document, and I thought to myself, well, I have this document, but I need a way to read it. And I remember being sort of conflicted because I didn't know how to go about getting someone to help me to transcribe this document. So I had the intention of perhaps visiting my local university to help find some historian or professor of German history who might be able to read it for me. But then I realized I could use the power of the internet, and what I quickly realized is I could use Facebook and try to find if there's some sort of a Facebook group devoted to transcribing documents. So I literally looked for a Facebook group, and I remember typing in a German genealogy records transcription, and lo and behold, there's a Facebook group devoted to transcribing German genealogy records, and it's literally called German Genealogy Records Transcription. So I quickly joined this group. I submitted this document, and so within a couple of hours, some kind-hearted person transcribed it for me. And so, as I suspected, this document was very important, and it, for one thing, it reveals or confirms the name of my third great grandfather. His name is Philip Peter Wagner. I was able to confirm or the name of his wife, who turned out to be Sarah Ryder. I've been able to find out that he is a winemaker, and he's from a village in Bavaria called Musbach. And more importantly, I was able to find out the names of his 4 children, Barbara, Joseph, Apollonia, and David. So what this document represents is the official decree that allowed my third great grandfather to emigrate to Greece and establish a presence in Greece. So this is what I call the Holy Grail document that really helped me in my research. And more importantly, this document allowed me to bridge my research from the analysis of Greek records and now having the ability to look into German records. So I was able to even confirm these names on the family search records. Another important source of information that I was able to use is the microfilms of family search. So just to give you a bit of a background for anyone who's not familiar with this, Family Search has a collection of microfilms, and they're basically a collection of vital documents that have been documented, photographed over the years, and put into forms of microfilms. So back in 1982, a group of individuals from the Utah Genealogical Society, also known as the Mormons, and today known as the Family Search Enterprise, they arrived in Greece with the purpose of photographing church records. So it turns out one of the churches that they visited back in 1982 was Agios Lukas Church. And they set up their photographic equipment and dutifully photographed the vital church records, the baptism, marriage, and death records of Agios Lukas Church. And so this microfilm was available up until 2017 as part of a loan program. So up until 2017, you could lend out or you could borrow these microfilms, have them sent to your local family history center where you could view the records that appear on these microfilms. And that's what I did, and that was a big chunk of my research, was transcribing these church records that were written on these on this one microfilm. So just to summarize, there were like approximately 627 baptismal records from 1846 to 1956, 234 marriage records, and 476 death records. And one interesting aspect about this was that these church records are written in Latin. So I was able to, with little difficulty, to sort of read these records, extract the most important information and put it in the form of an Excel database. And this is how I was able to construct a fairly detailed family tree, which appears on MyHeritage. And it's, like I said, this is my personal family tree, but it's also, it's basically the family tree of those Bavarian settlers that arrived or established themselves in Palaio Irakleio. Currently, the tree has around 1,000 members, and from what I know, this represents the first and perhaps the only attempt that I know of to reconstruct the family tree of these original settlers. Like I said, there's 1,000 individuals in this tree. The earliest ancestor I can trace dates to an individual born around 1650. And of course, these are German records. These are not the Greek records. These are records that I was able to get from Family Search. And just as with any research project, we always come across some discoveries and surprises. So I just want to describe some of the interesting facts that I came across during my research. And one of the important or surprising discoveries is that my name is not actually Wagner, it's actually Wanger or Vanger. And I was able to confirm this, and it seems the name Wagner, it was kind of improperly transcribed over the years, but it turns out that the proper spelling of the name is Vanger. And it turns out that the current day inhabitants of Palaio Irakleio who do have the name Vanger spell their name in the Greek form Vanger, and that's actually the correct transliteration of the name. So I guess in my part of the family, as they arrived to Canada, the name kind of was not transcribed properly. So I go by Wagner, but my relatives in Greece who have the same roots would refer to themselves as Vanger. Another interesting aspect is that I learned that in Agios Lukas baptism records, that especially the early records, the parents would follow a German naming tradition of children. So the children would be named after their godparents, not their grandparents. Surprisingly, it took me a while to realize this, but it was very obvious that from the baptismal records that without exception, almost every child that was born was named after their godparents and not after the grandparents, which is kind of like tradition you would find in Greece today. Bavarians or Germans use what's known as a Rufnamen. Rufnamen is kind of like a nickname, and it's a name that is used kind of like, for lack of a better word, it's kind of like a daily use name. It's a kind of a name that people would normally refer to you. So what you have is you would have a given name, and then you would have the Rufnamen, which is kind of like a nickname. So in these records, I would find that sometimes the official name is used, sometimes the nickname is used. So that complicates some of my searches, and it took me a while to realize that you have to sort of consider both possibilities when looking for names. The German language and the German tradition was, for lack of a better word, they were quickly, I would say, assimilated into Greek society. So even today, there's no really strong German influence. What you do have, the colony of Palaio Irakleio was quickly, there was a very substantial introduction of colonists or people from Malta and Syros. And so you could imagine this German colony consisting of 31 families. It wouldn't have a very strong potential to perpetuate itself unless there was a strong influx of other communities, and that was quickly that was pretty obvious, and so that's the reason why you would see an influx of Maltese and Syros immigrants into the community. So one strong aspect of Palaio Irakleio history is that it has deep roots also in Catholic Syros. So given the influx of people from Syros and Malta, what you see is a quick disappearance of the German traditions and cultures. And the history of Palaio Irakleio is really the story of how the Catholic religion persevered and survived, and it's really, that's the Catholic religion. It's really the glue that held this community together. And another last surprising aspect of what I've discovered during my research is that my family history resembles closely that of the Fix family, which is the beer brewing dynasty. So Fix was one of those Bavarians who accompanied Otto when he arrived to Greece. And the Fix family had a presence in Palaio Irakleio, and they basically established their brewing dynasty in Palaio Irakleio. So my family history resembles very quickly, or very similarly, the history of the Fix family. Right now, I just want to describe some of the resources that you could use to learn about a little bit more about Bavarians in Greece. Of course, my website, which I established a few months ago. I invite anyone to visit my website. I came across another website called Greco-Germanica, which is a kind of a blog style website that every once in a while there's a nice article written about the life and traditions of the Bavarians who established their lives in Greece. It's not a genealogical website. It's more of a historical, and it gives you a very good feeling about what life was like for these early Bavarians in Greece. And for anyone who wants a nice video representation of the history, I recommend a video by Ioannis Karagiannakos. It appears on YouTube, and you can find a link if you visit my website. And it's a nice 30-minute video, a very well produced video about Bavarians in Greece. Acknowledgements. I'd like to acknowledge my sister, Josephine Wagner, who is another Bavarian descendant, like myself. And the reason why I like to acknowledge my sister is because about 30 years ago, she had the presence of mind to take a gigantic sheet of paper and visit my living relatives at the time, and she attempted or constructed a nice family tree, which is very detailed, and it really helped me in my research. And so I'm very grateful to my sister, who, upon finding out that I was interested in genealogy and that I was interested in learning more about my history, she sent me by mail this giant sheet of paper, which she folded and sent off by mail. So I'm very grateful for my sister for having done that. Ioannis Rosolatos is the author of a book, a picture book of the history of Palaio Irakleio. Unfortunately, I found out a couple of months ago he passed away, and he was a village historian of Palaio Irakleio who I've met and I communicated with many times, and he provided some valuable information that was always very helpful answering some of my questions about Palaio Irakleio. Of course, I want to thank Gregory of Greek Ancestry, who gave me the opportunity to present this small presentation on Palaio Irakleio. I'm very grateful, very honored to have the opportunity to do so. Carol Kostakos Petranek, I'm very grateful for the information that you constantly information that you put out for the Greek genealogical community, your advice and again for organizing this conference, and to both of you, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I just want to round things out by talking about a little bit about Greek Ancestry's Village History Projects Initiative, and as Gregory will talk a little bit later on, this is a platform that encourages like-minded researchers to share their family and village histories in one central location on Greek Ancestry's website. Could be in the form of an online family tree, a website, an ebook. It was formed a couple of years ago, and it currently has 22 projects. And of course, as Gregory said, my history project, Family Histories of Palaio Irakleio, was chosen as the 4th beneficiary of the Village History Project Initiative. And I'm very grateful for the recognition and for the opportunity today to present my work. Thank you, Greg and Carol. I invite anyone to visit my website and to communicate with me for anyone who has any questions about Palaio Irakleio, any questions about how to present their research in the form of a website or a family tree. By all means, I welcome any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for a great presentation and for a great project. The story behind it is so interesting. So I hope you will be able to further advance your research and expand. And of course, you set a very good example for others to start similar projects. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a good day. And now we are moving to the last presentation for today by Carol Kostakos, Petranek, and Georgia Kilman. They will tell us how we can share our family history projects, ideas. So,
Carol.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Sorry, I was just getting my screen share up. We are really, really excited to be with you. I know it's been a long day, but we've had some incredible, incredible presentations. Georgia and I are going to wrap up. After our presentation, we'll just have a very quick thank you, and we have a surprise to announce to everybody. So I am going to share my screen, and we will, hold on a second. I need to stop it, and then I need to start the screen share again.
Just need to go full screen, do a slideshow.
Yeah, right. Okay, so let's do the slideshow, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Yep.
Okay, so our title is Ideas for Sharing Your Research. And Georgia is going to start off with some things that she has done in her family to share her family history research, and then I'll jump in and talk a little bit. I just want to encourage all of you to think about the fact that maybe it's time to get our stuff out of our computers and out of our file cabinets and put them in a format where others can access them. And Georgia, it's all yours.
Okay. First of all, mine are not high tech at all. They don't compare anything to the kind of presentations you've been seeing in this afternoon. But I want everybody to think about who their audience is. So in my case, my particular case, my audience are my 8 nieces and nephews. I haven't yet shared outside that circle, but everything I've done has been a way of connecting them to our heritage. So about 15 years ago, the first thing I did was create Yaya's Greek recipes. And it's only about 20 pages long. It's the recipes, the food they had growing up. The one thing I did was on certain recipes, put in this Greek meat poultry dressing is Papui's mother's recipe. Or the Paximadia recipe, that one is Yaya's mother's recipe. Or the pastizo is Auntie Lane's recipe. So there's some connection there with people they know. I mean, you can go out on the internet and look up recipes all the time, but it isn't Yaya's recipe that you're going to get. So they are still using this to this day. Next. Okay, then about, I don't know, 10 years ago, my father passed away and my mom wanted me to put together something for the kids. So again, connecting with my nieces and nephews, I always try to make it personal to them. I did a book called My Papuy and Yaya. Next. And what I'm just going to go, I'm not going to show you the whole book. I'm just going to show you some of it so that you understand my thought process. I started out with my father. I shared the few pictures we had from him as a child. Next. And then like his younger years, his teenage years, when he was in the service, his buddies. Okay, next. Then I stopped and I went on to my mother and her childhood pictures. Next. Her when she was a young lady. And then there were other, I'm not showing every page. So there were some of her teenage years also. But then when my parents started dating, so there's a picture of them standing on the beach. And then here's a picture with their buddies at a Halloween party, I think they were having. Next. And then here's the wedding picture and their first home that they were building. Next. I ended this, there are a lot of pages in between, but I ended the book with about 10 pages of pictures of my nieces and nephews with my parents. So that there's a connection they have there. They can see that connection later on. And I wanted to give them something they could hold on to, they could pass on to their kids. Okay, next. Then in 2019, I worked on the project Our Greek Roots. The first time I'm sharing any of my research with them, really. And again, thinking about my audience, I had to think through what is it that they're actually going to be interested in when they see it. If I gave them too much information, it would get tossed aside and nobody would look at it. So next, Carol. Here they are. I dedicated it to them so that now there's a connection right there. There they all are. Next. And I created, okay, well, first of all, I wanted something I could manipulate easily and do what I wanted to. And at the time, I felt like PowerPoint was my best option. It was so easy and I was so familiar with it, I could use it. I created a tree on PowerPoint. Now, my nieces and nephews, okay, first of all, all four of my grandparents are born in Greece. My parents were born here in the US. My brothers and I, none of us married Greeks. So my nieces and nephews, luckily their mothers wanted them to be immersed in the Greek heritage, but I'm not sure how much they really knew. So they had all seen pictures, but I didn't know if they could really identify with them. Next, Carol. And even though they knew that my grandparents all came from Greece, I'm not sure they really understood where exactly in Greece they came from. Next. Also, did they really understand what life was like in Greece in the early 1900s? So what I did was I took an excerpt from a book called The Arcadians of America, where it was an interview with someone from Arcadia, which is where one of my grandparents is from, and what it was like. Next. Just to give them a feel for things. And I included some pictures of Greece at that time period. Next. Then I went in and started presenting some information to them. So here's my grandfather's grocery store that he had with his brother. Here's a picture of inside the store, and here's a map of where the store was located. Now, I tried to make every slide as, okay, you got carried away there with your finger, didn't you? Go on to the next slide. That's all right. Okay, so this is, I tried to make every slide as interesting as possible. I didn't want to just put up documents because they get bored right away. So in most cases, here's like my grandparents' marriage certificate. Here's a picture of their wedding picture. And here's a picture of the Holy Trinity Church, established in 1897 in Chicago. And it was the first permanent church in Chicago. So Greek Orthodox Church in Chicago, so that they could kind of relate to the whole thing. Just showing a marriage license was not going to have any interest to them. I also made sure that I typed whatever was on a document so they could see it, because it's very hard to read any of these documents, no matter what they are. Next is you.
It's me. Okay, so we have seen some terrific photos here of what George's collection. Let's keep talking about additional ways to use photos as a basis for documenting your family history. Get a picture, write a couple of paragraphs about it. Include who, what's going on, when, where is it happening, why is the event happening? Get older family members to talk about their photos and record what they're saying with your phone and transcribe it later. We now have this great technology. Let's use it. So let's take a look at some, just two examples. Here's a picture of me mowing the lawn with my yaya. So I love this picture. I don't know, it just brings back so many memories to me. And I found it when I was digitizing my parents' photos. And I just wrote a couple of sentences about it and put it with the photo. Here's another one of my dad. I don't know if you can see him up here on the ladder, but this is the first home that he ever owned. He was born in Brooklyn and was a city boy. And when I was 5 years old, he bought his first home in New Jersey. So our family moved there, and I don't know what it is with my dad, but he loved to be up high from the time he was young. And even when he was in his 70s, he'd be up on the roof cleaning gutters and examining roof tiles, and drove my mother crazy. But I just wrote a little bit about my memory of my dad up on the roof and the fact that he's just not afraid of heights. So if you do this, if you just take a picture and write about it, and that's fine, you know, maybe you do one a week or one a month or something. After a while, you're going to have a collection of these types of pictures with just a paragraph or two about it, and you can put them together in a simple book. Or you can get a little more elaborate. This is the first family history. Well, no, it's not the first one, but this is a family history book for my father's parents, my paternal grandparents, that I just finished in December of this year. And I kind of went all out with it. I had been collecting documents and pictures and stories from years, and my trips to Greece enabled me to access documents that I never thought in my lifetime I'd ever have. And I just felt like I needed to do something to get this together. As Georgia said, what's your audience? My audience was my cousins and my grandchildren. So when I started putting things together, the book wrote itself. Obviously, you're going to write about the family. You're going to include whatever family pictures you have. And for our immigrant grandparents, they took these beautiful formal portraits that I don't think many people do anymore. But if you're lucky enough to have some, you definitely want to include them. As Georgia said earlier, understanding our ancestry is important. So in this book, I have a little bit about Sparta and, of course, our ancestral village, Ioannis. And like with Georgia, I'm only showing you 3 or 4 pages out of a 90-something page book. But I just want to give you an idea of some of the things that you can include that will make it interesting for them. What did your family do for fun? Where did they go to just chill out? Our family was in Brooklyn, so they went to the Catskill Mountains to Sparta Manor. Thank goodness we have some wonderful pictures back from them. So as you can see, they're just arranged in a kind of a simple format. And each of the pictures does have a caption to it. It's tagged so that people who look at the book can understand who those people are right there on that page. Write about their ancestors. Here's an example of some documents that I was able to get for my great-grandfather, and I was just thrilled to have them. He was from Ioannis, but I'm 100% sure that he got up there by traveling a well-known route from the Mani region up through the Taygetos Mountains and then down into the Valley of Ioannis. So I went ahead and put a picture of a tower house there. I don't have any pictures of my great-grandfather, but on the web, you can find wonderful photos to depict the villages and what life was like. And speaking of what life was like, how about their daily life? What did they do? How did they live? What type of clothing did they wear? What did their houses look like? We all know that they use donkeys and mules for transportation. You can say that to somebody, but when they see a picture of it, it makes it look really real to them. Now, there's other types of books that you can create. One of our Village History Project members is Marjorie Lynn Pouliopoulos, and she published a family memoir called Heartstrings, which I ordered and I'm in the middle of reading. So your book can take any format. For Marjorie Lynn, it's a memoir of what she remembers about her family. Another way you can share is to set up a website or a blog. A website and a blog are basically the same format, the same templates. They just present the information in a little different manner. Keep it simple. WordPress is a terrific site where you can go, you can set up a free site or free blog. They have thousands of templates. Just choose one that you like and start adding a couple pictures and a couple posts, and boom, you have a website. It's findable. People will search for whatever the title is of your village or your family, and Google will find it, and it will be accessible forever if you keep your blog, either maintain it or have someone in your family maintain it. If it turns out that it kind of lapses, then it will be archived in what's called the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine is this internet kind of algorithm that goes out there and creates caches, pages of websites and blogs that are no longer in use, or that are in use, but you can access older things that are no longer being kept up. So either way, if you put it on the web, it will be there ad infinitum. We also, of course, have our Facebook and social media. Now, the biggest issue that Georgia and I have found with our Facebook pages is that stuff disappears. People will post a picture, people will write something, and everybody gets all excited, and there's 500 likes and 85 comments. And then 2 days later, you can't find it anymore. So what I'm learning about Facebook and social media is to connect it to your blog or to your website. And when you post something on your blog or your website, if you have a companion site up, you write a post that says, hey, here's, you can either share your post or you can say, come to my website and see the latest article that I've written about my great-grandparents. And then you post it, you give a link, people use the Facebook post to go to the website. So to me, it's more of a way to update and keep people informed of what you're doing, rather than that's your main source of information. And we cannot forget about family trees. There, you can set up family trees on any one of these websites. You can upload photos, you can upload stories, you can upload documents. You can make your website, your family tree private, or you can make it public. Either way, get your stuff out there where other cousins and people who are researching in your village and your family can find you.
Okay, now I just want to say one other thing. It isn't just about your cousins. It's about your cousins' children, your children, your grandchildren. When they go to think about looking at stuff years from now, is it available for them to see?
Absolutely. And we know that on family trees, that they will be there. Especially if you put a family tree up on a major site. We hope that they will remain in business. We do know Family Search will always be in business, the Family Search tree. We heard from Daniel at MyHeritage earlier. MyHeritage's CEO is Gilad Japheth, who has been a genealogist since he was 13 years old. His focus is family history and genealogy. He's not a businessman who's come in and founded this website to make money. We know that will be around. So be careful where you put your information, and do try to share. Georgia, any final thoughts? This is our last slide, and it's just kind of a summary of some of the things that we talked about.
No, I'm just going to say it's important to share, not worry about how fancy it is.
Mm-hmm.
If you get intimidated by the high-tech stuff, like I did before, you can just, as long as you're sharing, that's what's important.
Right.
Gregory, you joined us.
I have.
Gregory, give us your thoughts before I stop my screen share and on sharing.
No, I do agree with Georgia that sharing is what matters. And it doesn't matter if the format, how good it is, nothing. Today, in this last session, we saw how many different ways there are to share your work. Ioannis is writing an ebook. Paula has a website and a Facebook group. John has a website. So you can share in many, many ways. Just go ahead and share. All right, so this was the last presentation of the conference. Carol, do you have any special announcements to make?
We have a special announcement to make, not me, but we. And let me get my screen up. Am I sharing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. On behalf of Greek Ancestry and Hellenic Genealogy Geek, we would like to announce that we are forming the Greek Family History Writers Organization. And the purpose of this organization is to encourage any of us who have a Hellenic heritage, whether it's one grandparent or 4 grandparents or 1/3 great grandparent. If you've got Greek blood, we want to encourage you to research your family history and to write about it, and to feel that you have a forum and a place where you can go for support, for ideas. If you've written a manuscript, or you've written a play, or you've written, taken some photos and descriptions of them, you want to put them in a little booklet, how are you going to do it? We just want you to know that you're not alone, that there are many of us out there that are doing this. And we have found through the Village History Project that when people feel that there's a place for them to go and get support, that it's encouraging to them, and that they don't feel like they're locked in their study and they're the only ones in the world that are, spending hours poring over the 1844 voter list, that there's other people out there doing that. So we have started this Facebook page. What we'd like for you to do is join this page. It's a private group, so you can find it through a Facebook search, Greek Family History Writers. And Greg, I wonder if you could just put the title in the chat, that would be great. I don't know if I can share the URL, but just put the title in the chat. You can find the group. Georgia and I are the administrators. We will let you in. And it is just going to be a private group for those of us that really want to work on getting our family history, like I said earlier, out of our file cabinets and out of our computers and into a format where other people can work and share what we've learned. If you want to start a blog or a website, you need a little help, hey, that's writing too. So we can support you there through this group. So we're very excited about it. We hope that many of you will be inspired, and if you've already written something, join us. If you're thinking about writing something, join us. Just join us so that we can support each other. Thank you.
Carol, let me note that now that you announced this already, there are people commenting saying that they have written their family histories and that they want to join the group and share their work.
Great. Georgia, why don't you talk about what you're doing with on Hellenic Genealogy Geek with the village history books and maybe now the
I
these
talked
family
about that
history books
yesterday,
as well.
didn't I?
I know, but it's the end of the session and we've heard a lot. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing too.
No,
I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
I've encouraged people to share, and we will post their books and their websites up on the village histories portion of the Hellenic Genealogy Geek research links part. So we'll tell you more about that as we go along. And last night I already got people sending me, telling me they wanted me to post their books. So that was wonderful.
So let's just make a distinction between a family history and a village history, okay? Whether you're writing any kind of village history, family history, or whatever, join this writers group. But we are talking two different genres. A family history focuses on a family, whether it's one person or a group of people or whatever. A village history expands beyond that and goes to many families and as many families in the village as you can possibly identify and how they connect together. The history of the village itself, the cultures of the village, the traditions, the customs, etc. So when we talk about a family history and we talk about a village history,
well, there's a difference though. Wait, you see, family histories from a specific area I want to include on that list.
Okay, all right.
Because they can search on an area and see here's a family history associated with it.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I see what you're going to do. Yay.
Okay, guys.
Greg.
All right, so let's end the second International Reconstructing Conference. I should note that already the day one has more than 1,500 views in less than 24 hours. This is amazing. Thank you very much. We hope that you enjoyed all the sessions and the presentations. Also a note, the presentation by Alexandra Kiritsi, we will do it as a webinar, maybe in February or March. And yeah, we will keep doing our best to help the Greek genealogical community. At the moment, Greek Ancestry indexers produce 60,000 documents, records per month. By the end of the year, we're going to have 2 million records. So stay tuned. And yeah, that's it.
Wait,
when
one
are
last
you going
thing.
to have the individual? When are you going to have the individual presentations out there?
This week.
On YouTube?
This week.
So that you don't have to sit through the whole day.
Exactly.
You have individual ones.
But even in the whole day videos, which will be kept on YouTube, we're going to add bookmarks so that people can jump to the presentation they are looking for.
Okay, two things. Number one, it's really important for everybody to know that those who presented yesterday and today are volunteers, that they do it out of the goodness of their hearts. We don't pay them because we can't pay them. So if you happen to communicate with anyone who has presented in any of these conferences or webinars that Greg has done, please be sure to thank them for their giving of their time for you to learn. And the second thing is people are asking about the handouts from yesterday, the charts that Georgia and I created. So they're going to be on the Greek Ancestry website under the second international conference, but I'm going to go ahead and post a link to them now on the Hellenic Genealogy Geek Facebook page and Greek Ancestry users Facebook page. So you'll have immediate access to them.
The handouts are already available on the website.
Oh, they are. Great.
Yes.
Okay. We'll put out a post with a link to them then.
Perfect.
Great. Okay. It's been
and
wonderful.
thank you, Gary.
And yeah, let's thank Gary for his patience with
Putting
us.
up with us, yes.
He's our tech guy. Thanks, Gary.
Wonderful. This is the end. See you all next year, I guess.
Take
Good luck.
care. Be active in our community. We're here for you. You're not alone.